Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of Connecticut versus Raul Valle. We are in day 13, but day 3 of Verdict Watch. So I just want to check my audio here. TV Live, I am the All right, cool. Day 3. They've been deliberating. Let's see, today is Wednesday. So they had a little bit of jury instruction on Monday, only about an hour. I think they started at 11. So they only had about an hour of jury instruction. So they started at 11. They stopped at 4:45. They had a question, remember? Well, actually, no, they didn't. They said they were deadlocked. They were hopelessly deadlocked. Then they came back yesterday. They started at 10:15 yesterday. And the Judge Murphy was talking about a note, let's see, that they remained deadlocked on count 1 and they couldn't reach a verdict on counts 2 through 4. Now that was yesterday morning that they gave that note to her on Monday. So they deliberated all day yesterday, and then at 2:52 they wanted to see the testimony or hear the testimony of Tyler being on the street. Did Raul recognize if that was Tyler or not? So they replayed that testimony, and then she let them go at 4:45 because the court closes at 5. So that's kind of where we stand. So all day Monday, all day Tuesday, and then now we're day 3, starting day 3. So. Hey, Ed, isn't deadlock means they can't reach a verdict? Yes, that is true. That is what it means, that they cannot reach the verdict. In Roll Glee, I predict a verdict today. What about you guys? I'm thinking they're closing in. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Yes, we are dual streaming today. We're going to be doing Raul on this computer, and then over here, which is my main computer, we're going to be doing Iowa versus Karina Cooper. So we're doing the same dual streaming that we did yesterday. If you guys were with us yesterday, we were dual streaming. So again, I ask you guys, our mods are going to be split, so please be kind to our mods. Please be kind to each other. Don't attack each other. As Fala says, remember the biggest rule: be polite, be respectful, disagree with class. We welcome different opinions. Realize you're not going to convince everybody that your opinion is the right opinion or the wrong opinion. Just realize, we all have them. I'm not going to convince you of my opinion. You're not going to convince me of your opinion necessarily. So that's all. Just say, hey, this is my opinion, and let's move on. We don't need to beat each other over the head with your opinion. And just be respectful, as Fala says. Our mods are going to be split streaming. I'm going to be dual streaming, so my focus is going to be over here with Karina Cooper. But obviously, we're going to be keeping tabs here. We do have a feed. So let's get over here. Might as well pull this up. So my hope today is that let me make sure we're live. Okay, and this is day 13. Okay, so my hope today is I want to play Raul's testimony, right? So we're going to hear from Charlie first. I'm going to play Charlie's testimony, and that's Tommy's brother, right? And then Raul. Then the state rests, and then it's going to be Raul. So Raul goes today, and then he's into day 9 as well. So I'm going to replay day 8 basically. So Kimberly says, praying for all the families. Yeah, no, everybody's affected by this. It's not just one side or the other. Obviously, Jimmy's family suffered the most, for sure. And I feel terrible for them. My heart goes out to them. Absolutely. What Raul did was wrong, and he has to face consequences. The question for the jury is, what kind of consequences is he going to face? Is it going to be 10 years, 20 years, 60 years, 100 years? That's up to them. So that's truly in their hands. So Deborah, yes, thank you for both trials. Yeah, no problem. Aussie Gardner, good to see you. Let's see, Gordon. That's why the jury are deadlocked. It's a tough one. This is definitely a tough one. Shirley saying good morning to everybody. Baca, in your opinion, it was to convince the holdout there was no imminent danger because Tyler D was out of the fight. Olivia is cleaning detail. Appreciate you covering Karina Cooper case as well. Thank you. Deborah saying hello to everybody. Melinda, the jury asking to see Raul's testimony to whether he knew Tyler was in the street kind of tells me they are all considering guilty. Todd, I think everyone here has been great. Jojo, any polls today? Yeah, we could do a new poll. While we wait, let's do a new poll. Okay. Connie Marie, greetings from Texas. Is this a jury sentencing also? Jojo, I don't think so. I think that's going to be up to the judge, but I do not know for sure. Psychosaurus Rex, think of it this way. Chat like your words will end up a screenshot in court. That's right. Green Eye Cat, when does Cooper start again? Well, we're a couple days behind, so I'm going to start it at 10:30. So about another 40 minutes or so. I just want to get this feed going, get us set up here, and then we'll jump over to Cooper. Widespread panic. Yes, lost track of time, but made it. Iowa backyard. Yay, it's poll time. It's poll. It's a poll. All right. And guys, if you don't know, Iowa backyard has a great feed, a great YouTube channel where they play their backyard in Iowa. So it's pretty cool. Fox, what do you got? Fox, deer, raccoons, squirrels, birds. It's all really cool stuff. Sis, shout out from the Jersey Shore. I'm assuming you're saying not guilty there, so. No, now you're saying hung. All right, let's we appreciate your enthusiasm, but let's back off from the all caps. We don't need to be yelled at. I mean, it's all good. Just be aware of the all caps. All right, what kind of poll can we take? We took a bunch of polls over the course of the last couple of days. Yesterday we did not. I did not take one. I didn't post one yesterday because we've taken so many. But let's take a new one, only because. Well, let me see. What kind of poll can we take? Because, like I said, we've taken a couple, but now that we've seen the jury's kind of deliberating. All right, we'll take a couple. Let's do the first one. See, will the jury come to a verdict, or will it be hung? We'll go with that. We'll start with this. Will the jury come to a verdict, or will it be hung? Let's just say that. So verdict, and then we'll come verdict. Because there's so many nuances. He's not just guilty or not guilty, because there's all these nuances. So I'm just going to say verdict and then hung. We'll start with that, and we'll just start with that. All right. We'll start with that for now, and then we'll do some other ones. New poll for you, chat. All right, we'll start with that for now, just hung or verdict, and then we'll get into some nuances. Guilty, manslaughter, guilty, first degree. We'll get into some nuances later. But for now, hey, Pammy. Where's my Pammy? There's my Pammy. How are you? Good to see you. Cynthia asks, does anyone know if a judge has ever overruled a jury's verdict? That's a good one. That's a good one. I don't know. Patsy, that's the question of the day. That's the question of the day. Hours of deliberation day, number of jury notes, yeah. Well, so far they've deliberated. I don't know if they're counting, because I was looking at RA. He's not counting lunches, so I don't know if they count lunches or not. I think he had like 12 hours on his clock. So I don't know if they're counting lunch or not. But anyway, so if they are, it's been like 6 hours. It's 5 hours, 45 minutes, day one, and then yesterday was six and a half hours I have. So you're at 12, you're 12 and change right now. Todd says, I will share with you guys now because I've tried to be respectful of people. Closest, not to discuss anything but my feelings. There is so much as far as text and history not admitted into trial. I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure, Todd. That's the thing. There's probably lots, on both sides. I want to see those group chats. Why aren't we allowed to see the group chat? Aussie, wow, we are so even on both sides. How cool is that? We have both perspectives. Lolo saying good morning to family. Feminine saying good morning as well. Not going to talk about OJ. That's a different case. Don't need to get into that, Neil. Deborah saying thank you for the poll. No problem. No to counting lunches. Yeah, I do they or don't they? I don't know. I'm pretty sure RA was counting. Well, he just has a clock going. I don't think he stopped it. Because I guess they take an hour lunch from 1 to 2. That's usually what she was doing. She was taking lunch from 1:45 to 1 o'clock until 2. So I really don't know. I don't know if they count lunch or not. Are they allowed to continue to deliberate? Hey, Maria, good morning to you. Lindsay saying good morning as well. Cal says, Alan Jackson would have got those group chat messages. I want to see them. I want to see them. Sherry says, maybe they do a working lunch and deliberate while eating. Right? I don't know. I'm not sure what they do. All right, I got to slow you guys down a bit. You guys are going too fast for my eyeballs. Let me slow chat down just a hair. So I can actually read. All right. Slow you guys down a hair. All right. Kim says it's up to the jury if they want to work through lunch. Hey, hola, how are you? All right, clock never works. Maybe it depends on the judge. Yeah, I know with Carlos Dominguez, the judge said it's up to you guys. You guys set your schedule, and he's like you set your schedule. I thought it was pretty cool. Saudi girl saying good morning. Iowa backyard. Wait, hold on. I want to pull up Ed. Edward saying hello to everyone. Iowa. Okay. In criminal cases, a judge can overturn a guilty verdict if there's if there's insufficient evidence to support it. But this is a high bar to meet. I agree. Hey, Landry. Good morning. Just came across this channel. Happy to be here. So happy that you are with us. Melinda says the video where Tyler gets pushed into the street, you see him stepping backwards right before he gets stabbed. Yeah, that's Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy's he's just on the periphery, right, and he's just stepping into the frame. So he's just off, and then he steps into the. So he's like stepping away. Bice says only deliberation time counts if they have a working lunch. It counts. Do you think if no verdict they will retry and lower charge 1? They might. It really depends on the state. If the state really wants it. I guess if it's a hung jury all the way across the board, I think I'm not sure. It's up to the state. Grandma Jenny saying good morning. Bob says the group messages are weird. They show them to the witnesses, but not everyone else. Totally agree. And that was from both sides. Wonder if it was damaging to both sides. Could have been. So they both, it would have like equaled each other out, right? No one show it. It would have just equaled it out. Angelique saying good morning to everyone. McKevin saying missed yesterday. Any more jury questions? Yes, they wanted to hear a specific part in Raul's testimony about Tyler being on the street. Did he recognize it was Tyler? So they played that back, and then so they played that back. Patsy says, "What's the next trial for us?" Well, right now we're watching Karina Cooper, and then after that, Stefan Stearns. He starts the 22nd. And then we have Koberger sentencing the 23rd. We have Lori Daybell sentencing the 25th. So for us, we're going to be covering Karina Cooper this week and next week, and then Stefan Stearns is coming up. He's right around the corner. And then after that, Donna Adelson. Hanky Panky, no one could authenticate group chat messages, so couldn't be entered into evidence. It appeared they were screenshots from somebody's phone, but no forensic download. Yeah, that's a shame, right? Lindsay says, I just started watching this trial in this chat. Curious what everyone thinks. And there is a hearing for Donna this Friday. We're kind of split, Lindsay. Everybody's kind of split. Everybody thinks that he needs, I think by and large, we think Raul has some kind of accountability. He's got to take accountability for something. He can't just walk away scot-free. I know there's probably some people that think he could or should, but Janice, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Errol saying hello from Virginia. I think he needs to take accountability for something. I don't think he should be in jail for the maximum, which is like 60 years for Jimmy and then 20 for Ryan and Tommy, and then 20, I think, for... No, 10 for Faison. So, I mean, he could be facing like 120 years. I mean, that's... I know he deleted Jimmy, and he should face some kind of consequences. But 120 years just seems like too much, you know? I don't know. It just seems too much for me. Richard in the kitchen says, in Connecticut, a judge cannot overturn a jury's not guilty verdict in a criminal case. Juju Brooks Hoke, I'm not watching that trial, so I can't answer that. Northwest, real happy. You'll decide on guilt, not guilty after the Snapchats. Oh, is that for Cooper? Betsy saying it was self-defense. Punishment needed, but not to the extreme. They were kids. That's kind of where I'm standing. I mean, I think part of it was self-defense. He also saw Tyler getting beat on, so there's that. But then Jimmy was just kind of standing there. Maybe Jimmy kicked him, maybe, because there is some video evidence of somebody dressed like Jimmy. There was, I think, there was at least one other kid that was dressed like Jimmy. So it's like, there's just a slight hint that maybe Jimmy kicked. I don't know. I'm still up in the air on that. So I can see the self-defense, but he also came back into the fight. He also had a knife in a fist fight. I mean, it's like you just go back and forth with, at least I do. I go back and forth with this one. I do not have a clear-cut, I don't have a clear-cut answer. Jujubee, no problem. Thank you for watching. CJ says, if he should face consequences, then so should the two who got the deals. Yep, then there's that. Especially Jack. Jack drove. Jack supplied the weapon. Jack was the getaway driver. I mean, it's a tough one, man. It's a tough one. Maureen, good morning to you. Nathan, what about the fact he used a weapon in both fights? Yeah, then there's that. I agree, Nathan, then there's that. How do you justify that? You voted hung on your poll? I think I did too, to be quite honest. I think I did too. You know what? No, I didn't. I think I did verdict. I forget now. It was only 5 minutes ago, but I forgot already. Deborah says, if count one is deadlock, judge will declare mistrial, then prosecutors either retry, dismiss, or offer plea deal. Yeah, maybe that plea deal was too aggressive. It was 40 years. Maybe if they knocked that down to 20 with parole after 10, then he'd be out when he's like 30. You know, they might do that, Deborah. They might do that. Kathy says, I just don't think life is right. I agree. Davida says, I'm thinking 10 years hard time, then 5 to 10 probation. That's kind of where I would be leaning in that direction. Maybe, yeah. I'd say, yeah, somewhere in there. S130Z, I think the punishment is already there all around. Brat says, not guilty cannot be changed thanks to the constitutional protection against double jeopardy. Guilty can be thrown out at various points in the process for various reasons. Although he did have a chance to walk away or call the cops. So did Jack, so did Tyler, so did Mackenzie, so did Keenan, so did Dimitri. They all did. So did Jack. I mean, they all had a chance. When their car's getting beat on and they're saying things are being thrown at them and they drove away, Jack should have just kept driving. Jack should have just been like, you know what, guys, let's just call it a day. This is messed up. Let's just get the hell out of here. And you know, they all had a choice. They all had a choice, and not a single one of them took it, unfortunately. Old Pueblo Hop says, supplied weapon and getaway driver seems a bit rich. I've no list for Jack, but that's a stretch. Jack is a weak shell of a man. Well, he did. He did supply the weapon, and he was the getaway driver. I mean, that's just facts. Sue says he needs to be held accountable. Ross says he cannot get off scot-free. He attempted and did. Yep, I agree. Hold on. Ola says yes, but he is the one on trial. Olivia says in his behavior or it after tells a lot as well. Well, they said that. They said look at the behavior before, during, and after. So Jack isn't a man now. Old Playboy says. Happy Hermit says, as a juror, I would check not guilty on murder for sure. This case is incomparable to the Carmelo Anthony case. Not familiar with that one. Neil says, knives versus fists and kicks that obviously weren't thrown with deadly consequences doesn't seem equitable. All right, we have let's see. My chat might have flown by. Which witness was the most impactful? Okay, yeah, that's a good one. Okay. All right. Psychosaurus has a good idea for a poll. We'll get to that, and I would just want to let this one go for a little bit longer. Psychosaurus Rex. I also have a suspicion that Jack was egging Raul on as well, and that's what they tiptoed around during his testimony. Probably he didn't have to lie about it. Probably so he didn't have to lie about it. Yeah, don't forget when they went to Trumbull High School, I think it was Raul saying that they were razzing Jack because he got his butt kicked by Ryan. I think pretty much Raul said that. He said that they were, and you know how 16, 17-year-olds are, especially when they're drinking, you know. What is the minimum for guilty? That is, for Jimmy, it would be 25 to 60. So the minimum would be 25. For Ryan and Tommy, the first degree assaults, up to 20 years. Mandatory would be 5 years. So you're looking at 25 and 5, so that's 30 right there. And then for face-on, it would be up to 10 years. So the minimum would be 25 and 5. So you're at 30. His minimum would be 30 years. Minimum would be 30 years. Jennifer says, come on, hit that like button. Pammy also saying, please hit that thumb thingy. De-Icer Dave, does the jury know how much time Lita would be facing on these charges? I don't think so. I don't think they do. I didn't hear her say. I think that's up to the judge to decide the sentencing. That's not up to the jury, because then the jury would be like, wow, first degree is way too strong. We need to, find this. So I'm pretty sure it's. I know it's up to the judge, and I did not hear, and I don't think they know. the S130Z, are they late? I guess yesterday she came back. Yesterday, judge came in and said there was a note from the day before. So maybe she called that into session because there was a note. But today, if there's no note, they're just going to go straight into deliberating. I do not know. I'm assuming they're there at 10 and they're deliberating. That's what I'm assuming. Lolo says, I wonder if the plea deal would have been better. Well, they offered him two times. He had two different attorneys. Both of them were, both of those offers were 40 years. I think if they had gone down to 20, he might have taken it. I think. They are not to consider his sentence. Yeah, Baca. I agree. I didn't think so either. Because then they would decide. I think it would sway them, right? I think it would sway them too much. Yulia says, if the minimum sentence is 30, then I would vote not guilty. This kid should not get 30 years. Yeah, that's just the minimum. That's the minimum. And then the maximum would be 60 for Jimmy. So that's 60 years. And remember, he's like 20, I think, 21, 20, something like that. 20, yeah, he was 16 at the time. So the maximum would be 60. And then that's for Jimmy. And then for Ryan and Tommy, it's up to 20. So you're at 60, 80. You're at 100 years right there. I mean, you're pretty much toast right there. And then face on is up to 10. So you're at 100. You're at 110. 110. If he got the maximum, it'd be 110 years. So, I mean, that's a lot. I mean, that's a lot. I know he took somebody's life. I get it, but that's just, I don't know. It seems like it was more a it wasn't premeditated, even though I know premeditation can be a split second. I get that. I don't know. I just don't think he was I just don't think he intended to delete Jimmy. I just don't. I don't know. What do you think? Jojo asks, what do you think the 11 jurors voted? Yeah, we could do that as a poll. Remind me in a little bit. Keep that idea, Jojo, and remind me. We'll save that for a little bit later. I want to get through this. We've had 17 minutes on this one poll. We'll give you guys a little bit longer. If you haven't voted, go ahead and vote. We have 761 people watching. Take a moment to vote. We have 441 votes. So I'll let it go for another few minutes. Connor Marie says, guys who got immunity were coached. It sounded like it. And Faison, I mean, Faison was like, and Ryan, they were both like, I don't recall. I do not recall. I don't recall. I do not recall. I don't recall. I do not recall. You know, I mean, it just sounds like they were coached. I don't know. That's just my opinion. Carol, what are the lesser included charges? All right, Carol, the lesser included are first degree manslaughter for Jimmy. So it's straight up first degree M for Jimmy. Then it's first degree manslaughter. That's intent. And then there's reckless, which is second degree. So that's 1 to 10 years. First degree is 20-year prison sentence, right? So it's reckless manslaughter, which would be 1 to 10 years. Then for Ryan, there's reckless. So there's intentional assault, and then there's reckless. So that's a lesser. I don't know what that one is. I'm not sure what the lesser included is. And then with Faison, it's also, so you have intentional for both, actually for all three. You have intentional and then you have reckless. So that's the lesser included would be the reckless. So they obviously are different, different degrees of, different degrees of punishment. So I hope that answered your question. DMB, is the jury still deliberating? Yes, as far as we know they are. As far as we know, they are deliberating. Brenda says, I don't think Raul meant to delete anyone. I don't think so either. I don't know. I just don't think so. Maureen, hold on. Maureen, your kitty's adorable. Must love cats. We have a lot of them now. We went from one cat, which was Super Ball. Then Rafa and Paulie adopted us last year, so we went to 3 cats. And then Paulie had 4 kittens 5 weeks ago now. Almost 5 weeks ago. So now we go from 3 to 7. And then another little black cat just adopted us. So we now have 8 cats. Let's see. Melinda says every witness is coached. It's really irrelevant that they were coached. Green-eyed cat, I don't understand how people say stabbing someone who is standing up in the heart to the full length of the knife isn't intentional. You're confuzzled for sure. I think you just have to look at this circumstance. There's a situation, Green-eyed cat. That's why I don't think he's a cold-blooded murderer, killer. I think it was this heat of the moment. He's been drinking, of course. He's all jacked up. They've been in 2 fights. He's thrown punches. He's gotten punched. He's been surrounded by 5 people, 10 people, 20 people. His buddy's getting stomped on. I mean, I would never do it. You would never do it. But he did it. So I don't think he's going to be this career criminal. I don't know. I could be completely wrong. But that's why I'm like, I can understand how he went back into it, because Tyler was getting beat and he wanted to, who knows, he wanted to exact some revenge. I don't know. He certainly needs anger management, for sure. That kid needs some serious anger management. Mi Cazador, how are you? Let's see. Well, if my parents paid for a lawyer for the kids who got deals, that cost better include getting coach my kid on what to say, because look what thinking on their own got them. That is true. That is true. And I guess at the end of the day, does it matter? Does it matter if you're coached or not? I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. Yeah, Raul was coached as well. Right? I mean, I guess at the end of the day, does it really matter if you're coached? I don't know. Jeff Shade says the Shelton kids should face some accountability. They started the fight. And then there's Faison. Faison admitted. You guys saw the testimony yesterday. He admitted to medium stomps. He's like, yeah, medium. Yeah, they were just light stomps, medium stomps, you know. Tim says, don't understand what's taking so long. He wasn't pulled back into that yard. They could have driven away. They could have drove away. He's guilty for sure. Just a question of on amount of time. Will there be a penalty phase? I'm sure there will be, Tim. When that penalty phase is, I do not know. Proctor, he will get anger management in jail. Yep. Todd says, if previous behavior was admitted, it'd be easy. Wouldn't be first anger management. Gilman says, I have a couple of questions that came to mind last night while I was thinking about this case. Well, lay them on us. Bice says, Chris, I don't think they are deliberating. Court hasn't started. Yeah, only two. Everyone said only two. I only had 2 beers. I think Aiden or Tommy, one of them said, or was it Charlie? One of them said they had 5 or 6 beers. So one of them actually was honest about it. Oh, Cal, your 12-year-old Lily passed? Oh, sorry to hear that. LW350, do we have something happening? Not as far as I know. It seems pretty quiet. Pretty quiet right now. That's day 13. Yep, pretty quiet. Sissy, is that how you say your name? Sissy Sandoval. Anger management comes with age. It's hard for kids that age to regulate emotions. Let's be real. We were all 16 once. Yeah, I agree. Olivia says, I may not have as much sympathy toward Raul due to my own life tragedies, losing a best friend at 21 due to a drunk driver. I do understand other people's views, though. Oh, Curviel, are you with us? I didn't even see you. Where's Curviel? Curviel, if I missed you, let me see. Curviel is our newest mod, you guys. If Todd says, my son is at trial today. Ah. Was it Aiden? Aiden King Shanna admitted to 7 or 8? Yep. Danielle, are we keeping all 8? Yeah, for now, until we can't afford it anymore. I don't know. We'll yeah. Right now we have decided we are keeping them all. Suber, how are you? Good to see you. Where's Curviel? Curviel, say hello. So we can say hello to our newest moderator, Curviel. There's Curviel with the wrench. Say hello to Curviel. He's our newest mod. Curviel says, Olivia's, I am with you there as someone hit by a drunk driver at 18 that could have killed me. Wow, I have no sympathy for alcohol as an excuse or defense. No, 100%. There is no reason whatsoever. Valia, disagree. Anger management comes from parenting. His father is in jail. Wow, Vahine Wahine. I hope I got your name correct. Is it possible they're negotiating a deal? That can happen at any time, right? I think so. Yeah. Pammy's saying, "Wazza, Curvio, congrats on the wrench." Lazy boys, we can learn a lot from cats. I agree. De-icer Dave, IMO, the only 100% provable lies on the stand were by Lito. He lied about the helmet throw and his punch at the first fight. Well, I will counter that. I'll agree with that. I agree with that. But I also will counter that with Emily, who was at the first fight, said he did not pull his helmet off and hit. She said he headbutted. So who do you believe? Do you believe... and the video, I will disagree with you respectfully. I did not see him pull off his helmet and swing a helmet. I did not see that. I saw him more like do a headbutt, if that was what that was. So Griffin said he pulled off the helmet and swung it twice. I did not see that. Emily, I'm pretty sure it was Emily, said that he kind of fell and did this weak headbutt. So those are my 2 cents. Curvio, I'm over here talking way stealthy. Nice. Hola. Congrats to Curvio. CJ says, I didn't see him pull off his helmet. I didn't. I mean, I've seen that video now probably as many times as you guys if you've been watching with us. I did not see him pull off. I did see the headbutt. It was weak. Whatever it was, he kind of like just kind of slides to his knees. But personally, I did not see him pull the helmet off, and hit him twice. I did not see that. Kimberly, you did not see that either. Yeah. I'm not saying it. Well, and then Emily, I'm pretty sure it was Emily. It was either Emily or there was 2. It was Isabel or Emily. And they were there. One of them broke up the fight, and she was right there, and she said she did not see him pull his helmet off and swing. So I'm going to probably trust her a little bit more than Griffin, because Griffin has more of a beef. Emily was just kind of hanging out, so I'm going to go more with her testimony. Like if you have to decide who's telling the truth more, I would have to go more with her. All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and start replay because... we're just going to assume that they've started, and then I'm going to jump over here to the Karina Cooper trial. So I'm going to go ahead and let's get ourselves set up here. This is going to be Charlie Connery's testimony. So this is Tommy's brother, and then that goes into Raul's testimony. So let's check this out while we're on verdict watch. And then I'm going to bounce over to... Actually, let's end this. I'm going to end this poll. Let's end this poll right here. So we can end this. 630 votes. Let's see. 630 votes. Excuse me. Will the jury come to a verdict or will it be hung? 55% of you said hung. 44% said verdict. So... All right, let's get to Tommy Connery's testimony, followed up with Raul's testimony. Okay, hold on. And let me see here. Get this queued up for us. Okay. So pull this down here. Pull this up. This is the feed. Pull that up there. Don't need to see that. All right. All right, so this is Tommy's testimony, then it's going to go into Raul's.
Please step into the witness box, remain standing. Our clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record, sir.
Charles Joseph Connery,
Thank you.
You be seated. Thank you.
Good morning, Charlie. How you doing?
Very.
Good. Just do me a favor. Keep your voice up and stay close to that microphone because the acoustics are kind of bad in this courtroom. Okay. Charlie, can you tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 19 years old.
And do you go to school?
I go to Central Connecticut State University.
And what are you studying?
Construction management.
And are you working for the summer?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I'm an intern for a construction company.
Now, have we met before today?
Yes, we have.
How many times did we meet?
Twice.
And why did we meet?
Discuss this.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And did you go to school?
Yes.
Where did you go to school?
Shelton High School.
And what year were you?
I was a junior.
And did you play any sports?
Yes.
What did you play?
I played baseball.
And are you familiar with an individual by the name of Ryan Hines?
Yes.
How are you familiar with him?
He's a friend. He was my baseball teammate. He's a good friend of mine.
State's Exhibit 56. Can you tell us who's in State's 56?
Ryan Hines.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Griffin Marcinzik?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Griffin Marcinzik?
He's a childhood friend and still one of my best friends today.
I want to direct your attention to later on in the night on May 14th of 2022. Did you attend a party anywhere that night?
Yes.
And what party did you attend?
Party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive.
And who lives there?
Tyler Rich.
And show you State's Exhibit 5. Do you know whose house that is?
It's Tyler Rich's house.
Now, what time of day would you say you got to Tyler Rich's house?
9:30 to 10.
And was it what was the lighting out like?
It was dark outside.
Was it dark out where you couldn't see in front of you, pitch black? What was it like?
I was able to see in front of me, but I wasn't pitch black out.
Now, when you got to Tyler Rich's house on that night, how many people were at Tyler Rich's house? Do you recall?
Around 30 people.
And what kinds of things were going on at Tyler Rich's house?
Drinking, social gathering, just hanging out with friends.
And when you say drinking, what kind of things were people drinking?
Beer.
And how did you get to Tyler Rich's house?
I drove.
And when you got to Tyler Rich's house initially, did you have anything to drink at that point?
No,
Why not?
because I was driving.
How long would you say you were at Tyler Rich's house for initially in the beginning?
Probably half an hour to 45 minutes.
And after about half hour to 45 minutes, did you have an occasion to leave Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Why did you leave?
I received a call from a friend, Ryan Hines, that he has just gone to a fight and kicked out of a party and wanted to see if I could pick him up.
And did you, in fact, go pick him up?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To this girl named Natalia's house. I don't know her address. It's in Shelton.
How'd you get there? Did you?
I drove.
Okay. Did you put a GPS on and kind of follow Waze or something?
Yeah.
So when you got to Natalia's house, who did you pick Ryan up?
Yes, I picked up Ryan and Griffin Marcinzik.
And when you picked up Ryan and Griffin, did you leave Natalia's house immediately?
Yes.
When you picked them up, was it just the two of them?
Yes.
Did Ryan have anything with him?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall whether or not did you see either Griffin or Ryan drinking that night?
Yes, they were drinking.
Were they drinking before or after they got to Tyler Rich's house?
Let's say before.
At some point in time, you brought him back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
And when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, actually withdrawn, on the way over to Tyler Rich's house, did you talk to Griffin and Ryan about what had happened earlier on in the night?
Yes.
And did they inform you about what had happened?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you got back to Tyler Rich's house. Were you aware of a group chat that was going on at all?
No, I was not.
And when you got back to Tyler Rich's house, how did you guys go in the house? Do you recall?
Through the basement doors
Okay. And where are the basement doors located?
on the right side of his house.
And when you got back down there, what happened when you got back down to the basement?
Same stuff that was going on before. Talking, people were asking questions to Ryan and Griffin. What happened to you guys?
Now, are you familiar with Faison Teal?
Yes.
How are you familiar with Faison?
Classmate, grade above me. Just known him for we play football together.
Showing you States 54. Who is this individual?
That's Faison Teal.
Was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to talk to him that night?
Yeah.
States 55, can you tell us who this is?
That's my brother, Tommy Connery.
And was he at Tyler's house that night?
Yes.
And States 57, do you know who this is?
That's Jimmy McGrath.
And how do you know Jimmy?
Football, basketball teammate growing up, childhood friend. I out them every
And
weekend.
was he at Tyler Rich's house that night?
Yes, he was.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Jimmy throughout the night that night?
Yes, we had a conversation.
When you got back to Tyler Rich's house, did you drink anything?
After picking up Griffin and Hines?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you drink?
I had 2 Bud Lights.
And what time would you say you got back to Tyler Rich's house at that point? When you got back initially?
Around 11, maybe earlier.
And at some point in time when you were back at Tyler Rich's house, did you become aware of any type of group chat that was going on at that point?
No.
How long would you say you were back at Tyler Rich's house before withdrawn? Did you become aware at some point that a car had arrived in front of Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
I've heard that the kids that just fought Ryan and Griffin were outside, so I went outside to go talk to them.
Now, prior to the car showing up, how long would you say you were back at Tyler Rich's house for? What was that?
Half an hour, maybe a little bit more.
And when you went outside, do you recall how you went outside?
Yes.
How did you go outside?
I went to the basement doors, so around the front yard,
Okay.
and the car was across the street of the front yard, and I went over and talked to the person in the passenger seat.
So States 49. Can you indicate on States 49 where you saw the car pull up initially?
Like the beginning of the road on the right side, going down the road, facing down the road, right there.
Right here? So facing this way or facing this way?
Facing that.
Facing up? Yeah. Okay, so the record can reflect the witness has identified the area just north of the intersection of Adams and Laurel Glen, just to the left of where it appears to be a group of trees on the property across from 43 Laurel Glen.
So noted.
And you walked over to the car?
Yes.
Do you recall who you walked over to the car with? Was there anybody with you?
I don't recall.
Was there people with you, though, when you walked over?
Yes.
How many people would you say were with you at the time?
8 to 10.
And when you walked over, you spoke to somebody in the car?
Yes.
What side of the car did you speak to them in?
Passenger side.
Passenger, so the right side of the car, if the car's looking that way?
Yes. Right side of the car.
Okay, front passenger or rear passenger?
Front.
And who did you speak to in the front passenger?
Tyler De Silva.
And what kinds of things were you telling him?
I asked him what he did, and I was with him the week before, and I told him that, like, I like you, like, I think you're a good kid, I know your cousins, I grew up with them, and I said, just leave, like, there just don't want any problems, just leave.
And how do you know Tyler De Silva?
I know his cousins from growing up, playing baseball, and a week prior to that, I was with Tyler De Silva and his friends.
Okay. Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point in time?
Yes.
Who else did you notice?
Jack Snyder,
And where was Jack Snyder?
driving.
How do you know Jack Snyder?
I was also with him the week before that.
Did you notice anybody else in the car at this point?
Yes, but I couldn't recognize faces. It was.
Okay, so you knew there were other people in the car, but you didn't know who it was?
I knew who it was.
Who else did you recognize?
Raul Valle.
Okay, and how do you know Raul?
A St. Joe student was also with him a week before that.
And is Raul Valle present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
A black suit and black tie.
Can you please point him out for the record? May the record reflect Your Honor, the witness identified the defendant in this case.
Court will reflect on the record that the witness has identified Mr. Valle. Thank you.
Now, do you know Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
Do you know Sal Perry?
Yes.
Do you know Mike Sampieri?
Yes.
Do you know Alex Bernston?
Yes.
Do you know Jake Villalobos?
Yes.
Do you know Matthew Lakovich?
Yes.
How do you know those individuals?
All friends growing up.
And were they present at
Yes.
Tyler Rich's house that night? So, now you said you were talking to Tyler Rich, or Tyler DeSilva, excuse me, initially in front of the 43 Laurel Glen. Did you notice, was the defendant saying anything or doing anything at this point?
I did not notice.
How long would you say your conversation lasted for with Tyler DeSilva at that car?
Not even 30 seconds.
Do you recall what kind of car it was, by the way?
Dark SUV.
Okay. And so it was, you said 30 seconds?
Yeah.
At some point in time, well, withdrawing, was the conversation with Tyler DeSilva, was it cordial? Was it peaceful?
It was peaceful.
At some point in time, did the interaction between either you and Mr. DeSilva or anybody else around you in the car become not peaceful?
Not that I'm aware of.
What happened after that period of time speaking with Mr. DeSilva?
I walked away and I went towards the front lawn where all the rest of the party was there, just watching, just was talking with them.
So you had a conversation with Mr. DeSilva in the street area for about 30 seconds, and then you walked away?
Yes.
Where did you walk to? Can you tell us on States 49?
In the driveway, a little bit to the left, like by like the lawn and like near the white car, kind of.
Like probably this area here?
A little bit more up though, or like down, like on the lawn.
Down here?
Yes.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, the witness is identifying in States 49 the front right passenger side wheel of this white pickup truck on the grass area. So when you were in that area, were you able to observe things that were going on at the car at that point, or what were you doing when you went back to that area?
I wasn't really paying attention to the car, but I was just talking with friends, like just, I don't recall what we were talking about, but just talking with them.
Now, how many people were in your area at that point in time? Do you remember?
Around 20.
20. Okay. So there were about 10 kids or so at the car, and then 20 like back at near your area. At some point in time, did you have an occasion to see the car leave for any reason?
Yes.
Do you know why the car left?
No.
Do you recall hearing or seeing any type of altercation that happened at the car?
When the car was not moving?
Right.
No.
So when the car left, which way did it go? Did it go up in States 49, or did it go back towards Adams?
It went up.
Okay. And when it went up, tell us what you observed about what the car did.
When it went up, since there was people around the car, it sped off very, very fast, and kids got out the way, and then it turned around and came back, and stuff was thrown out, and then people picked up their stuff that was with our friends, and we threw stuff back while I was going back and forth speeding the car.
Were you involved in that at all?
No, I was not.
So did you stay in the area in front, on the grass area where you just described in States 49 when this was happening?
Yes.
How many times would you say the car drove up and down the street?
3 to 4.
And at some point in time, did it stop?
Yes.
And when it stopped, what did you do?
Stopped at the end of the road, north all the way down.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor. Stage 1. Can you show us on stage 1 where the car stopped?
At the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane.
So in this area here? Yes. Okay. And when you saw the car stopped down in that area, what did you observe about it at that point? Did you observe the car just stopped, or tell us what you saw?
I noticed that 2 individuals got out of the car. So me and a couple of my friends went down there to talk to them.
And when you say a couple of your friends, you recall who you were with?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Ty Wood, Matt Lokovich, Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich. That's about it.
When so you went down the street. When you went down the street, did you go in a big mob? How did you make your way down the street?
A couple kids were farther up than me. We kind of went individual or like in as twos, not as in a group.
Who were you closer to? Do you recall?
Ty Wood,
And who was further down the street? Do you know who was further down the street?
Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola.
Okay. And when you got down, how far did you get down the street, would you say, that night?
So where they were in the intersection?
And did you witness any interactions with anybody?
Yes.
What did you witness about any interactions at that point?
I witnessed that Ricky Fiola was talking to Raul Valle, and that me, Matt Lokovich, and Ty were talking to Tyler De Silva.
And what were you guys talking about with him? What did you say to him? Did you say anything to him at that point?
Told him to leave. Said, buy the car, leave.
And did you, Ty Wood, or anybody else that you were with, engage in any fighting behavior down Laurel Glen at that point in time?
No.
Did you witness Ricky Fiola and the defendant speaking to each other?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear what the defendant was saying at any point during that interaction?
No, I did not.
How long would you say the interaction was between you and Mr. De Silva down the street when you told him to leave?
10 seconds.
And after you told him to leave, what did you do?
Turned around and walked back.
Walk back to Mr. Rich's house? And how long would you say, did you observe the entire interaction between Mr. Fiola and the defendant?
Most of it, yeah.
Okay. Were they still talking when you turned around and walked back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, did you make it all the way back to Tyler Rich's house?
Yes.
Did you walk back by yourself?
No.
Tell me about how you made it from where Tyler Rich was to back to 43 Laurel Glen.
I walked back with Ty Wood and Matt Locke, and the rest jogged up and caught up to us, and then we walked back together.
And when did you discuss anything with Drawn? Who caught up with you and walked back with you at that point in time? Do you recall?
Ricky Fiola, Tyler Rich, Matt Locke, Ty Wood.
And did you guys discuss what had happened down the street?
Yes.
And in particular, did you have a conversation with Ricky Fiola?
Yes, I did.
And after that conversation happened, did you guys all make your way back into Mr. Rich's basement?
Yes.
And how long would you say you were back in the basement for?
30 seconds.
And at some point in time, did you exit the basement after 30 seconds?
Yes.
Why did you exit the basement?
I was told that they're back.
And when you were told that they were back, how did you get out of the basement? The same way you went in?
Same way I went in.
And when you came out of the basement, where did you go? Do you recall where you went?
Yes.
Stage 4. Can you see in stage 4 where you went?
Yes, I was hanging out by the basement doors and slowly creeping up, but I kept my distance from what was going on.
What was going on when you came outside?
It was like I saw people like lined up face to face, like talking to each other.
Show you stage 6. Can you show me in stage 6 where you saw people lined up?
Towards the left, by between like the bush and the truck.
So somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
And who was in that area at the time when you came outside?
I saw Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, Tyler Rich, Tyler De Silva, and Raul Valle.
And what were you observing about all of them?
They were just face to face talking.
Who was face to face talking to Tyler De Silva? Do you recall?
Tyler Rich.
And who was anybody talking to the defendant?
Yes.
And who was talking to the defendant?
Ryan Hines and Ty Wood.
And do you recall? Can you tell us on this exhibit here, stage 6? Where was Tyler De Silva standing as opposed to where was the defendant standing? Can you show us in this exhibit?
Tyler De Silva was more to the left, like was to the left side, and Raul was to the right. They were next to each other, but Raul was on the right and Tyler was on the left.
So Raul was probably closer to this red bush here.
Yes, and Tyler was closer to the truck. They were right next to each other.
And when they were talking, describe what the conversation was like when they were face to face.
I wasn't close enough to hear.
So you just heard, did you hear, were they just talking or were they, was it loud?
It seemed more not peaceful as the other conversations were. It seemed like something was stirring up, that they're getting louder and louder, but I didn't know what they were talking about.
So were you still back by the Bilko doors?
Yes.
Back here?
Yes.
You were witnessing this from back where this in state 6. See, there's like this AC unit back here. Were you back over here?
Yes.
But could you, from your vantage point, could you see what was going on? How could you see what was going on over here?
It was a clear view.
Were there lights?
Yes, there was a garage light shined right at them.
Did anybody else have their phones out? Was there lights on at this point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
But from that vantage, how far do you think it is from this area where the AC unit is next to the Bilko door to where this area is here?
About 20 feet.
20 feet. So you could see what's going on. You could hear what's going on. Could you make out the exact words that people were saying? I mean,
At the time, maybe, but I don't recall what they were
okay, that's fine. How long would you say the conversation lasted for between the parties?
That conversation right there?
Yeah.
10 to 15 seconds.
And after 10 to 15 seconds, what, if anything, did you observe?
I observed Raul making a movement and Tyler Rich coming across and punching him in the face.
Now when this was going on, when you were observing and listening to what was going on, were you making your way closer to?
Yes.
Okay. And so at some point in time, prior to the punch that you saw, how close were you in this exhibit? Can you tell us?
A little bit farther from me to you right now.
Okay, so probably about 10 feet.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, you saw the defendant make a move.
Yes.
What was the move like? Can you describe what it was like? Can you show us?
I like something like that, but like something like this with no contact though. Like just went like this.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was trying to do, but Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face.
And when Tyler Rich came across and punched him in the face, what happened after that?
Two fights kind of broke out separate ways, and I just watched my brother run over to the fight that was going towards the left side, which I saw Ryan Hines and Faison Teal over there with Raul Valle fighting him, and I saw my brother running over there, so then I started running over there.
So when you say you started running over, let me see. This is stage 52. Can you show us on stage 52 where you said the fights broke up or
Yes.
went out? Can you show us on stage 52?
Started here, then I went towards this way.
That's where you walked.
That's where I walked,
And where was the fight going towards the right there?
around right here.
Okay. So they were closer to the house when the fight started?
Yes. It was around right here. One fight went this way, the other fight went this way.
Okay. And you started following the fight to the left?
Yes.
And that was the fight that involved who?
My brother, Tommy Connery, Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal.
And what did you observe about that fight when you were following it?
Well, I ran over there, and then by the time I got there, I didn't do anything. I just stood and watched, and I saw Tommy sort of stand over him as well, but more in it. I saw Ryan like on top of him, and I saw Faison also more on top of him, like not on top of him, but like next to him, like fighting.
So is there a path of travel, we'll say, that the fight took when you were observing this? Did it stay in one area or did it constantly move?
It first stayed in one area, but then everyone got off of Raul, and then he walked away, and that fight was over.
Can you show me like where that all happened, to the best of your recollection?
Fight happened over here,
Yeah.
then everyone got off there, and I walked towards this way, around.
Okay. And when you saw that happen, where did you follow?
Yeah, I followed him.
Show me the path that you followed.
I kept a far distance from him the whole entire time. And when he was like over here, I was over here. And if he making his way this way, I was over here. Just
Keep my distance from him, but keep my eye on him
Why did you do that?
because I was aware that he had a knife.
And did you engage in the fight at all?
No.
So what did you observe when you walked? So you did like a, correct me if I'm wrong, you did like a almost like a semicircle?
Yes.
And what did you observe about the defendant as you're doing this semicircle?
I observed when he got out of the fight, some people pushed him to get even more out of the way and get him into the road and get him out of here and like just have him leave. And I just kept observing him walking, and I watched him walk towards the car.
Okay. So let me stop you there. Can I just take this for a second? So this is stage 52. So you witnessed the fight happen somewhere in this area here?
Yeah.
Just above the, so the initial interaction between the Silva and the defendant were in this area here between, next to the black truck?
Yeah.
Stage 52. Fight breaks out, the Silva gets pushed back this way towards where the tree is in stage 52?
Yes.
And the fight between the defendant, Hines, your brother, and Teal was somewhere in this area here?
Yes.
And I'm pointing to the area north of the red tree, stage 52 on the left-hand side. So, at some point in time, you say the fight, they let go, they let off of him,
Yes.
and you kind of follow this area, you know, you semicircle, the defendant makes his way over here, and you see another group push him out. What can you tell us about that?
I saw like a couple kids like just give him like a little shove to just get him off the property
Show me where you saw that happen.
around here and just push up here and everyone just step back.
Okay. So, in stage 52, we're talking about the right-hand side of the photo, Your Honor, near the curve, probably just south of the right red bush.
So noted.
And when you saw that happen, did your attention go anywhere else at that point?
No.
Now, was your eye on the defendant the entire time that this was going on?
Yes.
Do you know if Jimmy McGrath was involved in the fight when the fight was going on over here?
No.
Initially with the defendant and your brother, Faison, and Ryan?
He wasn't there.
Was Jimmy McGrath involved in anything going on to the right over here?
No.
Do you know where Jimmy McGrath was at this point in time?
No.
Okay. And when you came and did the semicircle, at some point in time, did you notice Jimmy McGrath at some point?
When I was going to go around here?
Yeah.
No, I still didn't.
Okay. At what point did you see Jimmy McGrath outside at some point?
Yes, actually.
After. Okay. So when you did the semicircle, you said you noticed the defendant walk back to the car.
Yes.
Tell me where you saw him walk back to the car.
Walked back to the car over here.
Okay. And what did?
And I was following him. I was like over here, got my eye on him. And he opens the door, and then he closes it, and he goes right back in, and I start
Yelling, he has a knife, he has a knife, he has a knife, because I thought he just went and grabbed it, but unfortunately I was wrong.
And when you yelled that he had a knife, did you see him have a knife on him at that point in time?
No.
What did you observe about the defendant when he came back onto the property?
I saw him next to Tyler Da Silva, and they were both in the road, and no one was going after them. No one was going near them. They were just, everyone was just looking at each other, and then the defendant went after the closest person to him, who was Jimmy McGrath, and stabbed him.
Do you recall if Jimmy McGrath tried to engage withdrawing? Did you see Jimmy McGrath at this point in time, just prior to the defendant stabbing Jimmy?
I saw him right before it, like right before he got stabbed.
Did it appear that Jimmy McGrath, was he trying to engage the defendant?
No, he wasn't.
Did it appear did Jimmy have a weapon on him that night?
Totally did not.
Did Jimmy approach the defendant in any manner whatsoever, from your perspective?
No, he didn't.
So tell us about what you saw. He comes onto the grass area. When he's on the grass area, do you know where the rest of the people are at this point in time?
Sort of stepping back a little bit from Raul and Tyler Silva, because they've heard that I've yelled he had a knife, and people were kind of stepping back to where they were, like more towards the middle of the lawn. or somewhere around the lawn, not near the road, and the defendant went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy.
So where was Jimmy standing that you recall?
Around here.
Okay, so that's just to the right. It's like on States 52, just upwards and just slightly to the right of where the mailbox was.
Yes.
There is. So, what did you? So take us through it. He comes back on the lawn. You scream, he's got a knife. And then what is he? What is he? Where's Jimmy's? Where? When he's on the lawn. When the defendant's on the lawn, where's Jimmy?
When the defendant comes back, he's over here. Jimmy's around over here.
Okay.
And everyone's around here, now I'm like right here. And then the defendant comes on the lawn, and Jimmy's right here.
And tell me what you saw at that point.
I saw the defendant.
Go after Jimmy aggressively, and Jimmy was trying to get away, and he stabbed him.
Did you see Jimmy take a step back? What did you see?
I saw Jimmy trying to avoid it.
Yeah. And what happened?
Didn't.
And where did you see him stab Jimmy McGrath?
Sort of like, from my point of view, it looked like the upper stomach range, like lower chest, like right around here.
Okay. So if the record can reflect, Your Honor, he's indicating on his own body just the upper stomach area below the left chest area. And when you saw the defendant stab Jimmy, what, if anything, did you observe or hear next?
I yelled out Jimmy's name twice, saying "Jimmy, Jimmy," and he turned around and said, "I've been stabbed." And then the next second, he collapsed to the ground.
And when he collapsed, what, if anything, did you do next?
I froze and I saw a couple people running towards him, and then I just started hearing screams of someone yelling, "I need stitches, I need stitches."
Do you know who that was?
Yes, I turned around and saw my brother on the ground, just like covered in blood.
And where was your brother? If you can use States 52, do you recall where you saw your brother?
I was right here, and Jimmy was right here, kind of like that.
So your brother was back on the other side of maybe where that tree is?
Yeah.
Yes.
And was there anybody with him at this point in time, do you recall?
Yes, Will Berardi was with him.
And who was Will Berardi?
He's my cousin.
And when you saw your brother, did you go to your brother at that point?
Yes.
And what did you observe about where was he stabbed? Do you recall?
Above his left leg, above his knee.
Was that the first time you realized that your brother had been stabbed?
Yes.
What was his leg like when you saw that?
Bloody, like multiple wounds.
And after, did you try to help your brother out?
Yeah, I immediately ripped my shirt off and tied it around his leg to form pressure. And then my brother's friends told me to walk away, that they had him, and I wouldn't. And then my brother was looking at me and he's saying that, go help Jimmy, I'll be fine. And then I walked away.
So when your brother said that, did you go and try to help Jimmy?
I walked over there and there was a lot of people around him to the point I wouldn't even make room over there. But I walked over and I saw the condition Jimmy McGrath was in. And I just turned around and walked away.
What did you notice about Jimmy's condition at that point in time?
Very pale. A lot of blood, shorts covered in red.
Did you notice if anybody else was stabbed that night?
When I walked around, I noticed that Brian Hines and Faison Teal were also stabbed.
And, at some point in time, did somebody call the police?
Yes.
Who called the police?
Will Berardi called the police. I'm aware of that. I'm assuming multiple people also did. I know that Will Berardi did.
And did the police at some point arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak to the police that night?
Yes, I did.
And did you tell them everything you told us here today?
Yes, I did.
Now, I'll show you State 60. I've slowed it down in areas. I want to just make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Have you seen the video of this fight?
Yes, I have.
Now, can you tell us prior to us starting it, whether or not, does this video show the entire fight of what happened on May 14th of 2022?
No, it doesn't.
And in recalling, in seeing this, do you recall at what point we see the video start? Do you recall? Well, we'll watch it here. And I'll tell you when it's done. So you see this area here of kids that just went over this way? To the right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the period of time where you testified prior to that there were kids pushing the defendant out to the street?
Yes.
And this individual down here, do you recall seeing this individual in the blue on the ground?
No, I don't.
Okay, so your focus is over here?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall, using State 60, where are you at this point in time?
I'm walking around towards near where people are getting pushed out.
So is this you right here in the black shorts and white shirt?
That could be.
And you're witnessing what's going on?
Yes.
Did you get involved in the fight?
No, I did not.
Do you recall if Jimmy McGrath was involved over here?
No, he wasn't.
And at some point in time, you say this defendant goes back to the
Yes.
Can you explain?
Yes, sir!
Stop right there. Now, who's this individual coming into the frame right here on the right?
That's me.
And do you recall where Jimmy was at this point in time?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know who this is with the blue shirt and white pants?
Yes, that's Jimmy.
At that point in time, do you recall seeing Jimmy?
Yes.
And do you recall if he was fighting with anybody at that point in time?
No, he wasn't.
Okay, good. So, now, you see, who's that being pushed out to the street?
Tyler De Silva.
Well, you remember seeing that on the night question?
Yes.
You remember the defendant coming back onto the property at that point?
Yes.
And is this the point in time where you testified on direct earlier that people were just standing there and there was no more?
Yes.
And at this point in time, when the defendant is coming back onto the property, what is happening? Because you can see part of the video, we don't see what's at some point goes out of view. What do you recall happening at this moment?
People looking at them too, backing up a little bit, and no one fighting, no one like saying words or anything, just looking at each other like.
Do you recall what the defendant did when he came back on the property? Did he slip and fall?
No, he went after the closest person to him, which was Jimmy, and with a purpose, and stabbed him.
Do you recall whether or not Matt Lockovich was close to Jimmy at this point in time?
Yes, he was.
Okay. But Jimmy was closer to the defendant?
Yes.
And how close would you say Jimmy was to the defendant just prior to this slide here? Or this is frame 426. How close was Jimmy at this point in time?
5 to 10 feet.
Okay, play. At that point in time, what are you witnessing here?
I see Jimmy avoiding someone stepping back.
So frame 535, Jimmy is actually stepping back. Is that the point where you see him get stabbed by the defendant?
Around 3 seconds right after that, yes.
Now, after this happened, about you said you spoke to the police how many times?
I spoke to them twice that night.
Do you remember speaking to them on about 3 weeks later, June 8th, Did you do any type of walkthrough with?
Yeah, I did a walkthrough.
And what do you remember what you told the police with regards to where Jimmy was stabbed?
Like on his body wear?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you recall if you ever told him that he was stabbed in the gut?
I said he was stabbed in the stomach, the upper region of it.
Why would you say that he was stabbed in the stomach?
Because from my angle, that's what it looked like.
So when he's stepping back,
It looked like below his chest, like from just below his chest down, like for that's his stomach. So the upper region of that.
Okay.
So I told him he got stabbed in the stomach because when it happened, I didn't know. I didn't know how he was going to be.
Now, when the defendant stabs Mr. McGrath, what, if anything, did you observe? Did you observe him pull the knife out of his chest?
I observed his fist like this, and from the light of the house, the light from the car around, I was able to see something shining with his hand like this, shining out of it.
Okay. So he goes up, stabs like this, and then pulls out, and you see it.
Yes.
And then when he pulls the knife out of his chest, what do you see the defendant do next?
Run to the car.
Does he get back to the car?
Yeah.
Do you see him get in the car?
Yes.
Do you see De Silva follow him to the car? What do you see? Do you know what happened to De Silva after that?
I assume he was in the car, but I didn't see him.
You didn't see where he went? Okay. When the defendant got back to the car, by the way, which way was the car facing when it came back? Was it facing towards Adams or towards Farmhouse?
Towards Adams.
And when they got back into the car at that point in time, which way did you see the car leave?
Yeah.
Where did it leave?
Towards Adams.
Okay. At that point in time, did you ever see the car after that night?
No, I didn't.
How would you describe the situation both during and after the fight at the house?
After the fight?
Yeah, during and after. Was it chaotic?
Yeah, at first it was like chaotic, and then after it was completely worse than like just people screaming, people trying to stay calm, people trying to give aid to people that were bleeding, and like, neighbors came and helped, and it was just people running around calling the cops. Ambulance showed up, the cops drove down the wrong road, and I had to run out and chase them to tell them that I was this way because I saw them miss the house, and just running around, and then actually had to calm down and stay calm and be calm in that moment and just see what was going on, see everyone, talk to them, like make sure everyone's just helping, and that was really it.
I can't remember if I asked you this question, but I'm going to ask you. When the defendant was talking to he was talking to Tywood before the fight starts. Is he arguing with Tywood?
Not that I'm aware of. It was they were talking. It was high pitched. I didn't know if they were arguing or they were just talking loud. I'm assuming they were probably arguing, but I don't know.
Were you not close enough to really hear, other than it was loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that night, did you see Jimmy McGrath with a knife in his hand at this point in time,
Jimmy with a knife?
or with any type of weapon?
No.
Did you see Tyler De Silva with a weapon in his hand that night?
No, I did not.
Did you see any of your friends with any types of weapons in their hands, both before, during, and after the fight?
No, no one had weapons.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, Your Honor. Thank you.
Attorney Smith, I'm assuming you're not going to finish your cross-examination within the next 10, 15 minutes. So if you could just let me know when you find a good place to stop.
Yes, Your Honor.
Going for our lunch break. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Connery.
Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. We've never met before, correct? Sorry. I'll repeat what the state's attorney told you. You got to keep your voice up because we got to compete with this fan that's going. And then you've also got to say whatever you're going to answer, whether that's yes, no, or something else. It has to be audible so that the court reporter can record it, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you were telling us before about the evening of May 14th of 2022
Yes.
and what you recall, right?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today after you told us you'd met with the state's attorney 2 times?
Yes.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay. And you also have viewed the video that we saw here before, Exhibit 60, correct?
Yes.
When was the first time you saw that video?
Probably a week after it happened.
A week after it happened?
Yeah.
And how did you see that video the week after?
Someone showed me.
Do you remember who?
No, I do not.
One of your friends?
Yeah.
And when they showed that video to you, did you tell the police about that?
The police already knew.
They already knew at that point? How many times do you think you've seen that video now as you sit here?
Around 10 times.
You told us that you were a 16-year-old junior at Shelton High School on May 14th of 2022, right?
Yes.
And you were a rising senior,
Yes.
and you were playing baseball.
Yes.
Did you play any other sports at Shelton High?
Not that year. That year I only played baseball, but I played football when I was a freshman.
Okay. And most of the kids that were at Tyler Rich's, they were older than you, correct?
Yes.
And they were also members of the football team?
Yes.
Many of them were either seniors or had graduated, right?
Yes.
So you were one of the younger members there, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And Griffin Marcinzik and Ryan Hines were also younger than most of the other folks there, right?
Yes.
And you told us that Ryan Hines was a friend and a baseball teammate of yours?
Yes.
And that Griffin Marcinzik you'd known longer, since childhood, right?
Yes.
Because Ryan Hines didn't come into the Shelton High School system until freshman year of high school?
Yes, around 8th grade.
8th grade? Okay. But you'd become close with him?
Yeah, very close.
Close enough that after this fight that he described to you at 5 Lazy Brook, he called you to come and pick him up.
Yes.
And he also told you that he had Griffin Marcinzik with him?
Yes.
And you went to pick them up, you told us, about a half an hour to 45 minutes after you'd gotten to Tyler Rich's house the first time, right?
Yes.
So would that be somewhere between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, do you think, that you went to pick them up?
Around there, yeah.
Because you told us you got to Tyler Rich's house initially between 9:30 and 10, right? And then you spent about 30 to 45 minutes there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you think it was somewhere between 10:30 and 11 that you drove to pick them up?
Yes.
How far away was that drive to Natalia Ridzik's house?
8 minutes, 9, 10, depends on red light, green light. It's not that far.
It's not that far. And you said when you picked them up, Ryan Hines didn't have anything with him?
But I don't recall if it did.
But you told us that you thought they were drinking, right?
Yeah.
Before you'd picked them up?
Yeah.
Why did you think they were drinking before you'd picked them up?
Because when I was talking to them on the phone, they said that they had their beer taken from them.
I see. And you told us that on the way to Tyler Rich's house, you talked about what had happened at 5 Lazy Brook, right?
Yes.
And then when you got back, and you were unaware at that point of a group chat that was going on?
No, I had no idea about that.
Did you see either Mr. Hines or Mr. Marcinzik on their phones?
Yeah, they're on their phones.
Did they appear to be excited?
No.
Did they appear to be upset?
Sort of, yeah.
And they weren't, did they tell you that they were in communication with any of the kids that they thought had been involved in the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
No.
But when you got back to the basement, you said people were, at Tyler Rich's house, you said people were already talking about the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
No, when we got there, and I walked in with Ryan and Griffin, they asked, and they came up to him and said, hey, what happened?
Just like that? Hey, what happened?
Well, we heard about it. That's why I went and picked them up. Because before, I told them that, oh, Ryan and Griffin just got in a fight. You guys, Tyler, do you guys care if I bring him here? And they're like, oh, we don't care. So when we got there, they're already aware about the fight, so they went and asked him.
Okay. And how many people came up to ask about what happened at 5 Lazy Brook?
About around 10 people.
And one of those was Jimmy McGrath?
No.
No, Jimmy McGrath wasn't one of the first people to ask.
No, I didn't see Jimmy talk to Ryan Hines at all.
You didn't see Jimmy McGrath talk to Ryan Hines at all.
No.
Had you been at Nikki DeJesus's house earlier that evening with Jimmy McGrath?
No, I wasn't there.
But you saw him in that picture, exhibit number 57?
Yes.
And you know that to be Nikki DeJesus's basement?
Yes.
And you saw Faison Teal there in the basement, correct?
Yes.
You saw your brother there in the basement?
Yes.
Had he been there earlier when you left?
Yeah, he was there before me.
Okay. Did you both drive there together to?
No, separately.
Just separately. And so when you got to Tyler Rich's house, where did you park?
On the side of the road, kind of farther up, if you're looking at one of the maps, farther up, facing towards, I don't know the coordinates, but towards up his house. If you're driving to his house, it's like up more.
Towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yes, that way.
And you were parked on Laurel Glen facing towards Farmhouse Lane, down further towards Farmhouse Lane.
I was parked facing Adams, but more towards Farmhouse Lane, like up there more.
Okay.
It's like when I got there, I turned around and parked on the right side, facing that way.
Gotcha. So you drove down towards Farmhouse Lane, turned around, came back a little bit, and now you're parked facing Adams. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And there were other cars parked in the road, right?
Yeah.
And there were cars parked in the driveway, right?
Yes.
And so it was a little crowded in the street.
A little bit, yeah.
When you got back to the house, was there anybody, Tyler Rich's house, was there anybody in the front lawn?
When I got back with Griffin and Ryan to pick
Yes.
them up. Not that I recall. We went straight to the basement, didn't talk to anyone. We went right down there.
And you told us that you'd had 2 Bud Lights in the basement, right?
Yes.
And that was around 11 o'clock that you got back?
Yes.
And again, you said to the state's attorney that you had not become aware of a group chat that was going on, right?
No, I didn't know about that.
But you did become aware of a car that was parked in the front of 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And you said you heard that the car with kids who fought Ryan Hines was there, right?
Yes.
So as you went out through the basement doors, your understanding was that the kids who had gotten into the fight with your friend Ryan Hines were now parked in a car outside the house.
Yes.
And you said you walked outside, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else was with you when you walked outside?
At that point,
Yes.
I don't recall.
Do you remember anybody being with you?
I remember the party going outside and a lot of people staying in the front lawn and then 10 of us approaching the car. I remember Tyler was the one approaching the car. Other people too, but I couldn't say who else was with me because I went on the other side of the car on my own.
Okay.
So everyone was on the driver's side. I went to the passenger side.
Okay. So you recall the party emptied out of the basement and went into the front lawn.
Hmm?
Some folks, you claim, stayed on the front lawn,
Yes, most of them stayed in the front lawn.
most of them. And 8 to 10 people, including yourself, walked across the street to where the car was parked.
Yes.
And you told us that you went to talk to the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And that passenger you identified for us, that was the front passenger,
Yes.
and that was Tyler DeSilva, right?
Yes.
And you knew Tyler DeSilva, correct?
Yes.
From having grown up and known his cousins?
I was friends with his cousins, and I knew that was one of their cousins. And just so happened a weekend before that, I was a place in Shelton, and those kids were there, that friend group, and I met them there.
Okay. And you said that you had a pretty peaceful discussion with Tyler DeSilva. I like you. You're a good kid. I know your cousins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he threaten you in any way?
No,
Was his window down or up?
it was down.
All the way?
Yeah,
And the rear passenger window, was that down?
I don't think so. No,
Did you talk to anybody in the rear passenger side?
no, I didn't.
Could you see anybody inside the vehicle?
Yeah,
Could you identify who was sitting in the rear passenger side?
no, I couldn't.
Could you identify anybody that was sitting in the back seat?
I noticed the defendant was behind the driver's side, and I couldn't. I noticed 2 kids in the middle and next to him, behind the passenger, but I didn't know who they were, so I didn't know who, like, I don't have names to their face.
Okay. Could you tell if there was anybody in the trunk area?
No, I couldn't.
And you told us that among this group of 8 to 10 people was Ricky Fiola?
Going towards the car?
Yes.
No, I didn't see Ricky with me. I saw Tyler Rich go up. Maybe Ryan Hines. I don't recall everyone that went there, but I don't remember seeing Ricky over there.
Do you remember seeing Sal Perry there?
At the car? No, yeah, again, no.
Do you remember seeing Michael Samperi at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Alex Bernston at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Jacob Villalobos at the car?
No.
Do you remember seeing Matthew Lakovich at the car?
No, it could have been them, but I just don't recall who was who stayed on the lawn, who didn't.
Do you recall seeing Tanner Chernowski at the car?
I don't recall.
Do you know Tanner Chernowski?
Yeah, I know Tanner.
How do you know Tanner Chernowski?
He's my brother's age. He grew up with my brother, played sports with them, and I always knew him just as one of my older brother's friends, and then we became friends eventually.
Okay. And you said you didn't notice Mr. Valle doing or saying anything while you were there at the car?
No, I didn't.
And you said that your conversation with Tyler De Silva lasted about 30 seconds, right?
Yeah.
That interaction never became anything other than peaceful, correct?
With me and Tyler Silva?
That's correct.
Yes.
And you said at that point you turned and walked into the driveway by the lawn.
Yes.
And you weren't paying attention to the car at that point. You were just talking to friends, you said.
Yes.
How far away from the car were you at that point when you were just talking to friends?
Across the street, so whatever the street distance is, like around there.
Was this a larger than normal street, or was this your typical street?
Typical back road street.
And at this point, you said there are 20 of you in the lawn driveway area and still 10 by the car, right?
Yes.
And then you saw the car leave.
Yes.
And you never saw anybody put their hands on the car?
No, I never saw that.
You never saw anybody kick the car?
No.
You never saw anybody throw anything at the car?
I did say I saw people do that.
While the car was still sitting there, or when it was driving up?
I'm back and forth. I saw people throw stuff at the
I
car.
want to focus on before the car leaves to drive away, okay?
Yes, sir.
You never saw anybody throwing anything at the car at that point?
No.
You never saw anybody throw anything out of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw anybody climb on top of the car at that point?
No.
You never saw the car rocking at that point?
No.
You never heard anything shatter as far as the car goes?
No.
You never saw anybody on the rear of the vehicle bouncing up and down?
No.
But then at some point you saw the car leave, you told us.
Yes.
And you don't recall any altercation that preceded that, it just sped off down the road.
Yes.
And then you told us it came back and forth a few times, right? 3 to 4 times?
Yes.
Again, you stayed in the grassy area at that point, right?
Yes.
And then the car stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane.
Yes.
Your Honor, I think this might be a good time to take a break.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go ahead and move into our lunch recess, so we will break until 2 o'clock, at which time we'll pick the cross-examination back up here in the courtroom and do your lunch. And please remember to hold the Right. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury before we begin.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Smith, Attorney Smith, if you'd like to come up.
Oh, good afternoon again, Mr. Connery.
Good afternoon.
You and I were talking about the car having stopped at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane when we left. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
So I want to take us back there, okay? You told us that you observed two individuals get out of the car, correct?
Yes.
Only two individuals get out of the car?
I'm mistaken. 3 got out of the car.
Oh, I'm sorry, 3 got out of the car?
Yes, Mackenzie Traffic County also got out the car.
And you said that you and a few of your friends walked down the street to talk to them, correct?
Yes.
And that was Ty Wood, correct?
Yes.
Matthew Lockovich?
Yes.
My fault there. Tyler Rich?
Yes.
Ricky Fiola?
Yes.
Ryan Hines?
No.
Faison Teal?
No.
And you said that Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola were ahead of you, correct?
Yes.
And that you were walking with Ty Woods, right?
Yes.
And you walked all the way down to where the car was parked at the end of, or at the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, right?
Yes, it was a little bit before it. A little before. Where the group was a little bit before the intersection.
Okay. But you walked down to where the car had come to a stop.
When I got down there, the car must have drove away or something because it was only them 3 around there.
Okay. So when you got down there, you couldn't see the car?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So at that point, it was the group of you that had walked down there and just Mackenzie Trafficante, Raul Valle, and Tyler De Silva?
Yes.
Okay. Were they all on the same side of the street?
No.
Where was Mackenzie Trafficante?
She was kind of sitting on the curb next to Raul Valle on the side of the street, and then Tyler Silva was on the other side.
On the same side of the street as Tyler Rich's house, or on the opposite side of the street?
Same side.
So Mackenzie Trafficante and Raul Valle were on the opposite side of the street?
Yeah.
Okay. How far away were you from Mr. De Silva?
Almost, like, not face to face, but like good talking distance. Like,
And how far away were you from Mackenzie and Raul?
almost the whole street across. Like, not like about 8 feet, 10 feet.
And at this point, you could not see Jack Snyder's vehicle?
No, I don't remember seeing the vehicle.
And you told us that you witnessed Mr. Fiola talking to Mr. Valle.
Yes.
And he was still standing beside Ms. Trafficante at that point?
Yes.
And you said you did not see Tyler Rich interact with Mr. Valle at all, correct?
No, I didn't see it.
You didn't see Mr. Rich spray anything in Mr. Valle's direction?
No, I didn't see that.
And you didn't see anybody except for Mr. Fiola by Mr. Valle?
Yes.
So your recollection is that it was just Mr. Fiola, Mr. Valle, and Ms. Trafficante on one side of the street?
Yes.
And therefore, yourself, Ty Wood, Tyler Rich, the 3 of you, and Matthew Lockovich, I'm sorry, the 4 of you, were all on the opposite side of the street with Mr. De Silva?
Not as so the completely opposite side of the road, but like more towards that side, like not really close to where Ricky Fiola was.
And you said that the 3 of you were talking with Mr. De Silva, correct?
Yes.
You didn't see anyone engage in any fighting?
No.
You didn't see anyone chasing Mr. Snyder's vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anyone throwing anything at Mr. Snyder's vehicle?
No.
You didn't hear anyone uttering any threats towards Mr. Snyder or the group?
No, I didn't hear that.
And you think that it was just yourself, Ty Wood, Michael Lockovich, Tyler Rich, and Ricky Fiola, correct?
Yes.
Just those 5. You said you spent 10 seconds with Mr. De Silva, correct?
Mhm.
Then you turned and you walked back, right?
Yes.
You walked back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Yes.
Where did you pass Mr. Rich along the way?
Somewhere walking back with him, farther down the road.
Who else was walking back with him?
Ty Wood, Ricky Fiola, Matt Lockovich.
Did they pass you at some point?
They caught up to us and then walked with us.
Okay. You initially were walking back with Ty Wood and Mr. Lockovich, correct?
Yes.
And then you described all making it back into the basement, right?
Yes.
Was anybody still outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
Yes.
Who was outside in the yard when you went into the basement?
I'm not sure, but people were out there, yeah.
How many people were outside when you went into the basement?
Probably 10.
So then there were 20 people that were down in the basement when you went in there?
Yeah, around like 17, 18 people.
You made it all the way into the basement?
Yeah.
Down to the bottom of the stairs?
Yeah.
Where you ran into Taylor Capella talking with Jimmy McGrath?
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
You didn't see them at the bottom of the stairs talking?
I could have, but I walked right by them. I went into the basement. I didn't stop at the stairs. I went into the basement and was just talking with friends.
Did you see Jimmy McGrath?
Could have. I could have seen him down there. I just don't remember.
You don't remember seeing Jimmy McGrath downstairs, do you?
I don't know. It was a long time ago, so if I walked downstairs and I saw people, I just didn't know who was where. I wasn't paying attention to where everyone was. Just people were down there.
You didn't see Taylor Capella downstairs, did you?
It could have been down there, but I don't remember seeing her.
You didn't see Matthew Lockovich downstairs, did you?
He also could have been down there, but when I walked downstairs and I was talking to people, I don't remember who was where, who was doing what, who was outside.
Well, you remember talking to someone downstairs?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't remember talking to someone downstairs?
No. I might have, but I remember if I talked to someone, I remember who I talked to.
Do you remember talking to someone downstairs?
Could have, but to be honest, no.
Did you not make it downstairs?
I did.
You did. You're certain of that?
Yeah.
And then you told us that you heard they were back.
Yes.
You understood that to mean that the vehicle driven by Jack Snyder was back out front, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you told us that you were by the basement doors slowly creeping up?
Yeah.
What do you mean by slowly creeping up?
Like walking, like I wasn't running out to like where everyone was. I was taking my time there because I didn't think anything was going to happen.
You didn't think anything was going to happen?
No, we told them to leave multiple times. I thought there was another time we were trying to tell them to leave, and they would leave.
And as you were slowly creeping up the stairs, how many people went past you?
Creeping up the stairs?
Yes?
I was already out. I got out of the stairs pretty quick, but when I got outside and I saw people face to face, then I started slowly creeping up.
I see. So you went quickly up the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
How many people passed you on the stairs?
No one really passed me. We were all going the same way.
How many people were with you going the same way on the stairs?
Probably about 5 or 6 people.
Just 5 or 6 people?
Yeah.
The others remained in the basement?
Yeah, but eventually they probably followed me.
Well, sir, I don't want you to tell us what probably happened. I want you to tell us what you observed.
Well, I couldn't see behind me, but everyone came outside eventually, so they must have came from behind me.
So eventually everyone was outside.
Yeah.
So there were 30 of you at that point outside.
Yeah, but scattered out, not all together.
And you described to us that you were slowly creeping up and that there were people lined up talking by the bush and the truck, correct? You remember describing that for us?
Yes.
And how many people were there by the bush and the truck?
Around 6 people.
Just 6 people?
Yeah, I remember seeing 4 people that I was friends with, and then Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
Okay. And the 4 people that you recall seeing were Ty Wood,
Yes.
Tyler Rich,
Yes.
Ryan Hines.
Yes.
And who was the fourth person?
I saw Faison over there a little bit, but he was kind of just in front of me, creeping up too. Like, the fourth person, I'm not too sure who I saw.
And you told us that they were just face-to-face talking with Tyler De Silva and Raul Valle.
Yes.
So you did not see the car arrive, correct?
No.
You did not see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva approach this group, correct?
Yeah.
But by the time you got outside, you claimed that they were already up by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And it was just Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva that were talking with these other 5, maybe 6 people now, you've told us.
Raul and De Silva were talking to 4 people. Not 5 and 6 total, including Raul and Tyler.
Okay. So 5 or 6, including Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva.
Yes.
So only 4 people out there and then the 2 of them.
Yes.
And you said that Mr. Valle was to your right?
To my left.
Before you described it as being Mr. Valle was on the right. Was that as we were looking at the exhibit?
Yes. From my point of view, because it's flipped, it was Mr. Valle on the left and Mr. Silva on the right.
Okay, and they were side by side.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything in their hands, correct?
No.
But you could see their hands.
No, I couldn't. People were blocking me. There's 4 of them. There's 2. So them 4 were blocking my point of view of them.
The 4 of the
Where their
people
hands
talking were blocking your view.
From where their hands are. I can see their faces. I can't see what their bodies do.
You could see over top of the heads of the people that were in front of you to see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva's head?
Objection mischaracterizes the response room.
Well, when I saw them 2, I was able to see who it was, their faces, but I couldn't see where their hands were. If their hands were down there for people's bodies, I couldn't see their hands. That's what I'm saying.
Sir, were these 4 people that were talking to them in front of you?
Yeah.
And yet you could see Mr. Valle and Mr. De Silva, but not their hands.
Yeah.
And you also told us that you were not close enough to hear what was being said, right?
No.
But you've described this group of 6 people as being right there by the black truck and the red bush.
Yes.
And how far back from them were you?
First 20 feet, but then slowly creeping up.
20 feet away, 4 people in front of you, but you can see the 2 people that are in front of them.
Yes, and then eventually became 15 feet, and then 10 feet, and then the fight broke out.
In any event, you told us that it seemed less peaceful than when they were talking before.
Yes.
And you said at this point you were back by the AC unit,
A little bit in front of it.
but that there were garage lights that shined right at them.
Yeah.
You said this conversation that was going on lasted 10 to 15 seconds?
Yeah.
And at that point you told us that Mr. Valle was talking with Ryan Hines and Ty Wood,
Yes.
but you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And that Mr. Rich was talking with Tyler De Silva,
Yes.
but you couldn't hear what they were saying.
No.
And then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle make a movement.
Yes, I did.
At this point, had you moved so that you could see around these 4 people that were talking to them?
No, but I was able to see his body jolting because I was creeping up and getting closer and closer.
I see. And you could see his body jolting,
Yeah, like a sudden movement.
a sudden movement. Did he hit someone?
No, he did not.
Was he saying anything?
I'm not aware of.
He was still behind and to the side of Mr. De Silva?
He wasn't behind him. They were next to each other. But
They were standing side by side.
yes.
They were standing side by side, but facing 2 different groups?
No, the groups were together in the beginning.
And then you did see Mr. Rich punch Mr. Valle, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you first talked with officers on the 15th, that's not what you told them, right?
Yeah, I didn't tell him that.
No. You told them on the 15th, that same day, that either Mr. De Silva or Mr. Valle pushed the Shelton High kids and the fight started, right?
I was wrong.
That was wrong.
What I said was wrong.
Why, at that time, shortly after the incident, did you tell him something that was wrong, but today you're telling us something different?
Because when he jolted, I thought he made contact with someone from Shelton, but he ended up not, and Tyler Rich stepped in and punched him. And I didn't know that at the time when I was talking to the cops.
And do you remember telling officers that same evening that Mr. Valle was getting beat up
Yeah, I said that.
and that everyone was on top of each other?
Yeah.
So after Mr. Valle was punched by Mr. Rich, you couldn't see Mr. Valle anymore, correct?
No, I saw groups separating, and people went towards Valle and people went towards De Silva.
Right. And you saw that there were a number of people on top of Mr. Valle, right?
Around 2 to 3 people, because 2 people were on top of him and 1 person was to the side engaging in the fight, not on top of him, standing over him.
Had the people in the basement come out of the basement at this point?
Yeah,
Where were they all?
around, bystanding, just watching.
Just by standing and watching? Did you see anybody with their cameras out?
No, I did not.
Did you see any phones out?
No, I did not.
Did you see anybody with lights in their hands?
No, I did not.
And you ran over to where you told us that Ryan Hines and Faison Teal were fighting to the left, right?
Yes.
That was where Mr. Valle was, correct?
Yes.
So that was one of the fights that was going on. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The second or other fight that was going on to your right at that time.
Yes.
And that involved Mr. De Silva.
Yes.
How many people were fighting with Mr. De Silva?
From my point of view, I ran over to the fight where Raul Valle was, because my brother went over there, so I wasn't paying attention towards the Silva fight, but I saw people on the side view kind of running over there, and then assuming that people did.
Did you see Mr. McGrath at this point?
No, I did not.
Did you see Mr. Lokovich at this point?
No, I did not.
And you say you ran over there, you got there, and you just stood and watched, correct?
Yes.
At that point, your brother Tommy, Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal were on top of or next to Mr. Valle, right?
Yes.
Then you told us everyone got off and Mr. Valle walked away, right?
Yes.
But you watched the video with us, and you would agree that he didn't just get up and walk away, that people were over there involved in some sort of altercation and pushing or shoving him, as you described when watching it, right?
Yes, at first he was able to get up on his own, and people weren't approaching him, but when he kept walking towards, more people came in and just pushed him out of the way to just get him away and get him into the road and get him off the property.
Were you one of those people?
No, I wasn't.
Was Jimmy McGrath one of those people?
No, he wasn't.
You said Mr. McGrath was not involved in the fight at all.
He wasn't involved at all.
Okay. Because where was he?
One of the people bystanding.
Just by standing over, can you point to us where he was?
Well, at that point, I'm just saying he could have been bystanding. At that point, I didn't know where he was.
You didn't know where he was?
Yeah, I didn't see him over there where people were pushing Raul out.
Okay. Did you see where Matthew Lokovich was?
No, I didn't.
Did you see where Tyler Rich was?
No, I did not.
Did you see where Ryan Hines and Faison Teal went?
No, I did not.
Did you see where your brother Tommy went?
No, I did not.
What were you watching?
Raul Valle.
That's it?
Yeah, that was it.
And he was by himself?
People went after they pushed him. He was by himself and he walked towards the car, and I was keeping my distance from him, watching him.
And where did the people that had just pushed him into the road go?
Back around to like past to where Tyler DeSilva was. Just they went back. Just let him be.
You saw that while you were watching Mr. Valle go to the car?
No, but that's what I found out later. At that time, I didn't know where they went. I just watched Mr. Valle and just kept watching him.
So is it fair to say, sir, that you don't know where those people who had just shoved him out into the road went?
Yeah.
And you don't know who those people were?
No.
So you don't know if Mr. McGrath was involved or not?
I didn't see him over there.
You just told us you weren't looking at what happened with that group.
But when they were pushing him out, I was looking over there and I didn't see who was pushing who. Like I just saw a group of people push him out of the way. I don't know who was who.
Who was in that group of people that was pushing him out?
Not to my knowledge, I don't know. Showing people, definitely.
Kids that you've grown up with and known most of your life, if not all your life?
Some of them maybe. Not all of them I've known my whole life.
One of them, your cousin, Will Berardi.
No, not one of them wasn't him.
I'm sorry?
I wouldn't say one of them was him.
Okay. One of them, your brother, Tommy Connery.
No.
But you are certain, and you're testifying here today, that Mr. McGrath was not involved in any way.
I didn't see him over there.
And you were telling us that you were watching Mr. Valle as he went back to the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle moving?
No.
And you saw him open the door, the interior light go on, close the door, and then you said he goes back into the yard, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see him with a knife?
No, not that moment.
You said he went right after the closest person to him, right?
Yeah.
And that was Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
Who else was standing with Mr. McGrath?
Closest person that would be towards Mr. McGrath was Mr. Lockovich.
Who else?
I don't know.
Was it just the two of them?
That's the only two I saw.
It's the only two you saw?
Mm-hmm.
Was there anybody that you saw on the other side of Mr. Valle?
No.
Did you see Jacob Villalobos?
No, I didn't see him.
Did you see Matthew Samperi?
Sorry, Michael?
Michael Samperi. I'm sorry.
No.
Did you see Sal Perry?
No.
Did you see Ryan Hines?
No, I didn't see them.
Did you see Faison Teal?
No, I didn't see him.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Lockovich that evening when Mr. Valle came back onto the lawn, or is that based on what you've seen in the video now?
No, I remember seeing him.
You remember seeing Mr. Lockovich that night?
Yeah.
Beside Mr. McGrath?
Yeah, near him.
Near him?
Like the closest one to him.
Close enough to touch him and put his hand on his back?
Mr. Lockovich touched Jimmy?
Yes.
I'm not aware of.
And what did you see Mr. Lockovich do?
He walked away from Raul and Jimmy and like went the other way.
Went the other way?
Yeah, he went towards like when Raul came back, he just kind of like walked away and wasn't paying attention to where Raul was. Jimmy. He was just there. He was near. When he was walking by, he was just there.
Did you ever see your brother Tommy Connery fighting with Mr. Valle?
Yes.
When your brother Tommy was fighting with Mr. Valle, where were you?
Next to them, like behind him.
Behind them?
Yeah.
Who else was near you at that time?
Faison and Hines.
That's it?
Yeah.
Where was Ty Wood?
I don't know.
Mr. Connery, isn't it true that you were with a group of people that had shoved Mr. Valle into the street and that were then walking back and forth between a vehicle that we saw in front of the vehicle that he went to?
Yeah, the people who shoved him into the street, I was there, but I wasn't one of the people that shoved him into the street. I was keeping my distance, following him.
Okay. Okay.
walking around, and then saw him go to the car.
Can we see exhibit number 60? Do we still have that over there? I'm going to ask you to watch. You've got the same thing on your screen as we have on the big screen, okay? And I'm going to ask the state to pause it at certain points, okay?
Yes, sir!
Stop this. Do you see the camera has now turned towards the street?
Yes.
Do you know who this individual is with the dark pants, the light shoes, and the white top?
Yes.
Who's that?
Alex Zaborak.
Sorry?
Alex Zaborak.
Alex Dvorak?
Zaborak.
Zaborak. Thank you. And who is he to you?
Oh, he's my brother's friend.
That's your brother's friend.
Yeah.
Same grade?
That's my brother, yes.
Okay. So he's one of the older kids that was here at the party.
Yes.
And would you play again? Okay, pause, please. We just saw Mr. Zaborak go in front of the screen, right?
Correct.
Do you remember him being there at that time?
No.
And so you don't know what he was doing at that point?
No, I didn't know where he was.
Could you play again, please? Can we pause? Okay, do you see yourself coming onto the screen at frame 341?
Yes.
And you would agree you're being followed by someone?
Yeah, someone's behind me.
Who is that?
Joey Romano.
Joey
Romano.
Romano?
Yeah.
And who's Joey Romano to you?
Another one of my brother's friends.
Okay. Again, one of the older kids?
Mhm.
And where was he coming from?
They're the same place that I was coming from.
Do you remember seeing him there that evening?
Yeah, I bet the whole night. Was it
At
the?
this time period?
Oh no.
So you weren't with him?
Oh yeah, I wasn't walking with him. He was just behind me.
And can we play again, please? And can we pause it? And do you see a third person who's just come on shirtless with a pair of what appear to be blue camouflage shorts?
Yes.
And do you know that person?
Yes, Matthew Lokovich.
That's Matthew Lokovich. And where was he coming from?
Looks like the same area that we were all coming from.
Same area that you were all coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Together.
It could be.
And do you see in between Mr. Romano and Mr. Lokovich another figure with a light top on back there?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
It's Jimmy.
This figure here in the middle, sir? That's Jimmy?
Oh, I thought you were looking up to the right. The person in the middle?
Yes.
I can't identify as that. It's not clear enough.
You mentioned, though, Jimmy, right?
Yeah, you see him on the right.
And he's to the right of the frame here?
Yes.
But you don't remember seeing Jimmy over there in that area?
No, I do not.
But that's Jimmy there now.
Yes.
Walking back behind you, Mr. Romano, and Mr. Lokovich.
So it looks like, yeah.
And you're all coming, you would agree, from that area where we just saw Mr. Valle get shoved out into the street?
It could be all coming from there, but I don't remember seeing Jimmy with any engagement over there.
Can we play it again? And pause, please. Can we go back just a hair? Sorry, maybe like 2 seconds or so. There we go. Okay. And do you see in front of Mr. Lokovich another individual with a pair of lighter shorts with maybe some dark black biker shorts popping out and a white shirt?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
Jacob Villalobos.
That's Jacob Villalobos.
Hmm?
And he's shoving Mr. De Silva into the street?
Yes.
And he's now over in that same area where all of you have just come from?
Yeah.
And you still see a couple of other figures behind him, but you can't identify them. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I can't identify them.
And can we play again, please? Nope. Sorry, can you stop? And can we go back 2 seconds? I apologize. Just a little bit more, and right there. Thank you. Do you see, sir, a figure just in front of what you've identified as Jimmy McGrath?
Yes.
With like light shorts, light shoes, and a shirt with some sort of graphic on the front?
Yes.
You know who that is?
No, I do not.
That's not your brother, Tommy.
No.
You just have no idea who that person is.
Yeah, no.
And can you play that? Was it? Where were you looking at this time?
Where Raul was?
I'm sorry?
Where Raul was?
Where Mr. Valle was?
Yes.
Okay. And you say he's just stepped onto the grass,
Yes.
and you claim all those people just dropped back that had just been there,
Yes, because I was screaming.
and they just all immediately went back.
They didn't run back, but they were cautious and started stepping back.
Even the folks that were on the other side?
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
But your focus was on Mr. Valle, but you could see what all these other people
I
were
could see
doing.
out of my view that people were going away, and now I could only see Mr. Valle.
Where was Mr. Lakovich at that point?
Kind of next towards Jimmy.
And where was Mr. Zaborak at that point?
I'm not aware of.
Where was Mr. Romano at that point?
Not aware of.
Where was Mr. Villalobos at that point?
I'm not aware of that.
But you're certain that you saw all these people back up.
Yeah.
Sir, didn't you see these people start to form the same wall they had formed before?
What do you mean by a wall?
Well, you've described before that 4 people were forming a wall and blocking your view at various points.
Yes.
These people didn't just disappear, did they?
No, but they walked backwards, and they walked back, and I was able to see where Mr. Valle was.
So they all just stepped back and gave you a prime view of Mr. Valle and Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
And Mr. Lakovich, where was he at that point?
Stepping back as one of them, but just closer.
Would you press play, please? And can you pause it, please? Did you just see a hand on Mr. McGrath's back there, down near his waist?
His right hand.
Can we go back maybe 2 seconds? Or, sorry. Let's do it. Can we go just a little bit more? A little bit more? Okay. Do you see what appears to be a hand down on his side there?
Yes.
Mr. Lakovich is gone at this point?
He could be over there, but I didn't see him. I just was looking at Jimmy. And I was looking at Raul, and Jimmy was in my sight.
Okay. You're looking at Mr. Valle at that point?
Yes.
There's nobody blocking your view.
No, I was able to see him.
So you don't know whose hand that was.
No, I do not.
And where was Mr. Lakovich?
Backing up.
And where was Mr. Zaborak?
Also backing up. I don't know where he
And
was.
where was Mr. Romano?
I don't know where he was.
And where was Mr. Villalobos?
I don't know where he was.
And what about that person you couldn't identify before who had on the light shorts and the dark top with the white graphic across the front?
I don't know.
And what about Faison?
Don't know where he is.
Did you see Mr. Valle slip at all as he came onto the grass?
No, I did not.
You saw him just go straight at Mr. McGrath.
Yes.
Do you remember it being misty or rainy that evening?
No, I do not.
Did you see Mr. Lakovich take a swing at Mr. Valle?
No, I did not.
But you don't know where Mr. Lakovich was or what he was doing at that point?
Yeah, so if I was looking at Mr. Valle, I didn't see anyone go after him. At that point, no one was going after him.
then you told us that you saw Mr. Valle run to the car, correct?
Yeah.
And nobody followed him.
No one.
Did you see Mr. De Silva at that point?
No, I did not.
You see him here in the road,
Yes.
and you say you could see Mr. McGrath,
Yes.
but you don't recall seeing Mr. De Silva there in the road?
No, I wasn't looking there.
And you don't recall seeing Mr. De Silva at any point thereafter?
No, wasn't looking over there.
You agree, and you told us that it was chaotic during the fight.
Yes.
And you told us that there are things that you told the cops that evening that were wrong about what you had seen, correct?
Yes.
And today you've come in and you've tried to tell us to the best of your ability what you recall.
Yes.
And you think you've seen this video how many times?
On 10.
Around 10 times. And your testimony is that Mr. McGrath was just a bystander watching this go on.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Connery. Nothing further.
Charlie, counsel asked you a little bit about where you were standing when you first came out of the house. You were back by the top of the Bilko doors, and you were making your way towards the area where the red tree is in States 52.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the defendant and Mr. De Silva arguing back and forth with Tyler Rich, Ty Wood, Ryan Hines, Faison?
Yes.
Okay. And did you just stand there the whole time, or were you actually like kind of walking up like this?
I was walking up slowly.
And when you were walking up, were you able to see their faces? Because when people stand side by side, you can see in between people's heads.
Yes.
And is that how you, in fact, saw the defendant and De Silva talking to Tyler Rich and the rest of your friends?
Yes.
And you testified on cross that you couldn't see their hands because were their hands above their head?
No, they weren't.
Were they by their side?
Yeah.
So if somebody had a weapon or something out at that point, you wouldn't be able to see it, right?
No.
But in fact, you didn't see the defendant with a weapon at that point, right?
No, I did not.
And at some point, did you get closer to where they were talking?
Not that close, but I was getting closer.
Now, how close would you say you got before you saw the punch and the fight started?
A little far from me to you. Around.
Like here? So about, say, 10 feet?
Yeah.
Fight happen, the punch happens, and then what do? Do you get a little closer to see what's going on?
I saw my brother go over there, and then I followed him,
Okay.
and then I just watched.
You just watched. And then at some point, the interaction between Hines, your brother, and Faison stops,
Yes.
and he gets up, the defendant gets up,
Yes.
and what does he do?
He walks towards the road, and kids come out and they push him to the road.
So you go over there to see what's going on.
Yes.
At some point in time, the defendant, where does he go after he's pushed out into the road?
It's the car.
And you walk away.
With my eye on him, I walked away toward.
So as you're walking away, you kind of turn and look, and you're keeping your eye on him.
Yes.
Over your left shoulder.
Yes.
And at some point in time, what do you see?
Go back.
And when he's coming back, you yell.
He has a knife. He has a knife.
And at that point, where's Jimmy in relation to where you are?
And like in front of me.
So he's like, I'm standing over here. And the lectern's there. Is Jimmy like from me to the lectern?
Yeah.
Okay. And counsel asked if you saw Matt Lockovich in the area. Do you remember seeing him in the area, or?
I remember seeing him near there, but as I started screaming that, he starts backing up. But he was the closest person I saw that I could identify to Jimmy.
And he indicates that there's this wall of people. Are people starting to surround the defendant when he comes back in?
No.
What are people doing when the defendant comes back in with a knife?
Taking a step back.
So they're backing up.
Mhm.
And at some point when they're backing up, what does the defendant do when they're backing up?
Goes after the closest person to him, which is Jimmy.
Did you see anybody go after the defendant right before Jimmy was stabbed?
No.
No further questions.
You told us that after the initial fight between Mr. Hines, your brother, Mr. Teal, Mr. Valle, those are the only three that you can remember being there with Mr. Valle, that at some point he goes to escape.
Yes. He got people let him go.
People let him go.
Let him go. He gets up and he walks away. And then a couple people came over and they didn't try to shove him getting back down the ground. They went over and just pushed him out away into the road to get him off the property and out of here.
Well, you just told us he was already heading out to the road.
Yes, he was.
And so people just came over to gently take him by the elbow and walk him out to the street?
No, they pushed him, but when they pushed him, they weren't pushing him for him to fall on the ground. They pushed him to get him out of there, like for him to leave.
Fair to say, sir, you don't know what was in those people's minds when they were pushing him?
Yeah, no, I don't.
But you're describing it as being something less than aggressive?
Yes.
Guiding him out to the street?
Yes, to get him out of the fight, to get him out.
And you've been asked a number of questions about your perception of what was going on in that video, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing Tanner Chernowski film that video?
No, I did not.
You didn't see Tanner Chernowski at all?
No.
Objection. This is outside the scope.
I'll sustain that.
As you saw yourself walking back there on that video, you don't recall anybody being right in front of you with that camera?
No, because I wasn't looking over there. I don't remember Tanner taking a video.
Nothing further.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, just checking back in. Seeing how everybody's doing. Just a reminder, let's just be respectful of each other, even if you disagree. Be respectful of each other's opinions. I'm seeing some chat getting a little squirrely, so just friendly reminder, you guys. Just be cool with each other. If you disagree with somebody, just let it go. You're not going to win the fight, so just let it go. And let's just move on. So I don't want to time anybody out, but we will have, if you guys get too rowdy, we may have to. So just please be respectful of each other. Appreciate that. All right, so we took a couple votes. Will the jury come to a verdict or will it be hung? 630 votes. 55% of you said hung and 44% said they'll come to a verdict. Then we did which witness was the most impactful on your opinion? That was 432 votes. 60% of you thought Raul, 16% thought Ryan, 16% thought Tommy, and 6% thought Faison. And we have one going on right now. Sorry, I got cat fur up my nose because of Super Balls right here. All right, we have another one coming here. Let's see. That one was from Psychosaurus Rex. This one, how long has this been going on for? It's been going on for over 30 minutes. All right, let's end this one. So this one is from JoJo. And this one is 463 votes. So 463. And this was, what do you think the 11 jurors voted? So remember the day one, they said we're hopelessly deadlocked and it's 11-1. So 58% of you thought guilty. So 11 of you, out of those 12 jurors, 11 of them, you guys thought, 58% thought guilty, 41% thought not guilty. So I think it's pretty clear by our polls that we're kind of divided. You know, there's a lot of you on one side, there's a lot of you on the other side. I don't think it's not clear cut. As I was saying, I think I was saying this the other day, that there's not a clear cut clear-cut villain. You know, a lot of trials we watched were like, oh yeah, definitely guilty, definitely not guilty, mostly guilty. This one is tough. I think this one is. I think a lot of us are having conflicting emotions. And Ken. Randy, you're from Milford. Cool. Welcome in, Ken. Always good to see you. Let's see. Nicholas says, not hard to know what happened. Multiple people testify. In general, their stories were the same, with one outlier being Raul. Just turn that down. I got a little echo going on. Nurturing 2. I'm an empath, so I pick up on others' energies and feelings. I am so sad, sitting here with a huge lump in my throat. Wish I could cry and release it. Please tell them we love them and are praying for them. Jojo, that was Jojo's suggestion. What do you think the 11 jurors voted? So Jojo says you are surprised on the results. River case with Nicholas Mui. Yeah, we watched that one. I'm forgetting how to pronounce his last name. Mui. Anyway, Nicholas. Yeah, I agree. They were. Those are some similarities. Yeah, he was in Wisconsin. Sinbad says, crazy they were deadlocked after only 2 hours, and now it seems to be taking 84 years to decide. Marcia says, I voted that the jury said guilty, but I personally say not guilty. You asked what the jury did, not us personally. Yes, that is true. I did. Suber, what is the local time? It is 12:16. It's quarter after noon, quarter after 12. So 16 minutes after the high noon. MEP 1962. This wasn't intentional for one individual. This was, autonomic response, fight or flight. This doesn't say fight or flight. It's a survival instinct. Jimmy was a part of this. All guilty. Young black economist. Chatters watch more trials than average population. Absolutely. We are more split than general population. Absolutely. Gen Pop say everyone is guilty of everything all the time and don't even question immunity deals. That is true as well. All right. LOL Bird. They all had exactly 2 beers or 2 seltzers. Yep. Lisby, are there still 4 more alternates? As far as I know, yes. Sarah, I'm a dad. Are you saying I'm a dad? Well, I like to run a clean channel here. Gourmet Thursday. I think the killer is clear, and I think it's clear it wasn't self-defense. I definitely agree Raul needs anger management. Psychosaurus Rex, state of confusion. Thank you for bringing that up. You're absolutely right. We don't actually know what the split is. Even our own poll is super divided down that line. It's fascinating. Baca says, everything, if anything, Raul did as a kid will not be public. LOL Bird. Someone made a hilarious YouTube short compiling all the witnesses who said they had 2 beers. Oh, I'll have to look for that one earlier. That's good. All right. All right, next up is going to be Raul. We're going to listen to Raul's testimony while they're still in verdict watch. So next up is Raul. The state rests. And then we get to hear Raul. All right. So I know this can be emotionally charged. I know you guys have your opinions. Just be, just don't attack each other. That's all. Express your opinions and then just let it go. But don't personally attack each other. We're just not. We're not that channel. We're not that community. We're not going to stand for it. So just be aware of that. You can say, hey, you know what, I disagree, and then just move on. Don't keep hammering it, or else we'll call you out. All right, so I appreciate that, you guys. All right, this is Raul's testimony. This goes into 2 days, so this is day 1, and then it rolls over into the next day. So let's check out Raul's testimony. So far, I've replayed all the stabbing victims. Obviously, not Jimmy because he's no longer with us, but Faison, Tommy, and Ryan. Then we heard from Charlie, who is Tommy's brother. Yeah. Thank you, Sinbad. That is true, Suber. We are not, and we will go above and beyond to make sure we are not that. So, all right. Please self-regulate yourselves. Self-regulation is a good thing. We're not all high school. We're not all kids. We're adults here. Let's act like adults and be respectful of each other. Okay. Raul's testimony coming up.
Step into the witness box. Once you are in the witness box, please remain standing, and the clerk is going to put you on oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury? If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Thank you, sir.
You may be seated. Thank you. Attorney Smith, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Valle. You're going to need to keep your voice up. Okay? We are competing with the fan in the back, and I see the court reporter nodding. She's not able to hear you, so you need to stay close to the microphone, speak loud enough to be heard over the fan, and you've got to give a verbal response of some form, yes, no, or whatever the answer may be, but it has to be loud enough to be heard, okay?
Yes.
There we go. You and I have met before?
Yes.
And can you tell us how old you are now?
I'm 20 years old.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you one more time. You've got to keep your voice up. I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sure the jurors are having trouble hearing you.
I'm 20 years old.
You're 20 years old now? Okay, did you recently turn 20 years old?
Yes.
And are you in school now?
I'm not.
Are you working now?
I'm not.
Did you complete high school? Where did you complete high school?
I finished online at Foreign High School.
And when did you finish online?
2023.
Where did you go to school for high school before that?
St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And were you at St. Joseph's High School from the time you were a freshman?
Yes.
Where were you before that?
It's at East Shore Middle School in Milford.
Is that a public school that you've just described? And the school that you went to for high school, St. Joseph's High School, is that a private school? Prior to going to St. Joseph's High School, had you been in the Milford Public Schools?
Yes.
Since you were a child? Did you grow up in Milford?
Yes.
Did you grow up anywhere other than Milford?
I lived in Florida for 2 years.
Anywhere else in Connecticut?
New Haven.
When you say you were in Florida for 2 years, was that before you came to Connecticut?
I was in Connecticut and then I moved to Florida for 2 years. And then I came back.
Okay. Did you go to any New Haven schools? Do you remember how old you were when you moved to Milford?
Very young. I can't remember the age.
Did you start your schooling in Milford or somewhere else?
Yes.
And who lived in your house with you as you were growing up?
My 3 brothers, my dad, and my mother.
And your 3 brothers, what are their names?
Raul, Eric, and Oscar.
Did you say the first one was Raul? You have a brother who's also named Raul. And can you just explain, is that a brother from, is that a half brother or is that a full brother?
Full brother. The name was passed down from my grandfather.
I see. And do you go by a nickname?
Yeah.
And what is that nickname?
Vito.
And what does that mean?
Like the younger?
Uh-huh. I see. Is that like Pablito or Carlito?
Yes.
I see. When you were at St. Joseph's High School, did you have a circle of friends? And who was in that circle of friends?
Close to me, I would say James Albert, Tyler De Silva. Those were the two I was closest with. Everybody else was on the football team, and I was close with them too, but not as close.
And that was Tyler De Silva and somebody named James Albert? When was the last time you saw Mr. Albert?
Yesterday,
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. De Silva?
here in court.
Did you have a girlfriend while you were at St. Joseph's High School? And who was that?
Kenzie Traficante,
And when did you and Ms. Traficante become involved with one another?
my junior year,
And what year was that?
2022.
Was that the 2021-2022 school year? And did you date Ms. Traficante the entire school year?
I'd say almost, not fully though.
And did you have any hobbies while you were in school?
Really just play sports, football, wrestling, hanging out with friends on the weekends or whenever I had free time.
Were you into fishing or hunting?
Yes,
Which of those, fishing or hunting?
my father.
You're not a hunter? Where would you go fishing?
My father owned a boat, so we would go into the ocean.
Were you in the practice of carrying a pocket knife?
No, but when we went fishing, there was not much knife.
Were you ever trained in how to use a knife? In May of 2022, where were you living?
45 degrees Celsius.
Same place you're living today? How long have you lived at that home?
About 5 years, 6 years, I think.
Mr. Valle, I'm sorry, I am going to have to ask you to just please raise your voice and respond. People are having difficulty hearing you. Thank you.
Around 5 to 6 years.
Prior to that, you had still been living in Milford, but just in a different home or somewhere else?
Yeah.
And you were in your junior year of high school in May of 2022. Is that what you told us? Had you started applying to any colleges yet?
Yes.
Which colleges?
Mainly in Florida.
And you told us you knew a girl named Mackenzie Traficante because she was your girlfriend.
Yes.
And how did you meet Ms. Traficante?
She was a cheerleader and I was on the football team, so I saw her quite often.
And did you take her to the prom that spring?
I did.
Was that your prom or her prom?
The prom.
And why were you allowed to go?
She was a senior, so it was her prom, and they're allowed to bring anybody they want, pretty much.
And when did that prom take place?
May 13th, 2022.
May 13th, 2022? Did you attend that with any other couples, or was it just you and Ms. Traficante?
Yeah, I attended it with Tyler De Silva and whoever he went with. I don't remember who he went with. And a few other people in my grade who wanted to go to the prom as well. Found a date.
You mentioned knowing a boy named Jack Snyder,
Yes.
and you mentioned going to the prom with him as part of a group.
Yes.
And who was Jack Snyder to you?
Really a football teammate and a classmate.
Was he part of your close friend group?
I'd say I was really close with 2 people, but I was friendly with everybody. So
Had you known Mr. Snyder since coming to St. Joseph's High School?
no.
I'm going to repeat the judge because I'm having trouble hearing you. If I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sure everybody else is, okay? Got to really make an effort for us to keep your voice up. Are you nervous? I understand. We need to be able to hear you, though, okay? And you told us that you knew a boy named Tyler De Silva.
Yes.
Did you meet him when you came to St. Joseph's High School?
No, I knew him before.
And how long had you known Mr. De Silva?
Since I started playing football in Milford around the age of like 8, I would say.
Okay. And in May of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
So at that point, you'd known Mr. De Silva for about 8 years, you think?
Yes.
Would you describe Mr. Snyder as a close friend?
No.
Would you describe Mr. De Silva as a close friend? What makes him somebody that you would describe as a close friend?
Been through everything with Tyler De Silva. Every free weekend we had, we spent together. Parties together. Just together all the time, pretty much.
Are you still close with Mackenzie Trafficante?
No.
When was the last time you saw Ms. Trafficante?
In court.
Here?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw Tyler De Silva?
Here in court as well.
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. Snyder?
Here in court as well.
When we say the last time, from May 14th of 2022 until here in court, had you seen them at all?
No.
When was the last time that you were close with them?
Before this all happened.
Okay. So you say before this all happened. When we're talking about this all happened, we're talking about May 14th, 2022, are we not?
Yes.
Do you remember how that day began?
Yes.
How?
Prom was the night before. I woke up, texted my girlfriend, and arranged to hang out with her.
That was Mackenzie Trafficante? Was there anybody else at home at that time?
My mother and my younger brother.
And did you have any plans with them for that day?
Later at night, yeah, but for the day, no.
And what were they doing that day?
They were leaving to Florida on the same night to go visit my oldest brother and my nephew.
Were you planning at that point to go with Ms. Trafficante for the day?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had texted her. Did you end up making plans with her?
Yes.
And what did you do with Ms. Trafficante?
We went to the beach and a little bit of hiking.
When you say you went to the beach, can you tell us where?
In Milford.
Do you recall what beach that was?
Gulf Beach.
I'm sorry?
Gulf Beach.
Gulf Beach? And you say you went hiking as well. Can you tell us where you went hiking?
Downtown there's like a little trail through the woods and stuff and a little pier.
And what time did you meet up with Ms. Trafficante that day?
I want to say early afternoon, but I can't remember the exact time.
How did you come to be with Ms. Trafficante? Did she drive to you? Did you drive to her?
I went to pick her up.
Did you have your own car?
Yep.
And after going to the beach and hiking, what did you do next?
By that time, it was later in the afternoon, and we went back to my house.
In Milford?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got back to the house?
Just chill, relax. Nothing special.
Was there anybody else home when you got home?
My mother and my younger brother.
And what were they doing, if anything?
I can't recall.
Did you have any plans for that evening?
At that time, no.
You say at that time no. Did there later come a time when you did make some plans for that evening?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
I believe Tyler had texted me about a party that was going on, and he asked me to come with him.
That's Tyler De Silva. Okay. And did you agree to go with him?
Yes.
Did Ms. Trafficante go along as well?
Yes.
And how did you end up going to that party?
Yes.
And where was that party?
Shelton, 5 Lazy Brook Road.
And did you know the people that lived at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
At the time, no.
And how did you get to that party?
Jack came and picked me and my girlfriend at the time up.
And when you say Jack, that's Jack Snyder?
Yes.
But you owned your own car?
Yes.
Why was Jack driving this group to this party?
We all like drinking, and he was mainly the one who would drive us around and stuff.
Okay. So it was understood that there would be some underage drinking going on at this party? Did you bring your own alcohol?
I did not.
Did anybody in your party bring alcohol?
Tyler DeSilva.
Were you with him when he got that alcohol?
He got it from his parents. We never stopped to get it.
I couldn't hear the end part.
We never stopped to get it.
You never stopped to get alcohol?
No.
And was that fairly standard for his parents to supply the alcohol when you were with him?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Snyder come to pick you up at your home?
Yes.
Was Mr. DeSilva already with him?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the car?
My girlfriend at the time, Mackenzie Trafficante.
Okay. Anybody else other than the four of you?
No.
And did the four of you leave in Jack Snyder's car and go to 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
How long did it take to get there?
Anywhere from 15 to 20 minutes.
And what was it like in the car on the way there?
Chill, drinking, listening to music.
Loudly?
Yes.
Was that fairly standard as well?
Yeah, always.
Did you bring any alcohol in the car?
No.
Did you drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Tyler DeSilva drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
While driving?
Yes.
Did you bring any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you see any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you know if anybody else brought weapons in the car?
No.
You told us it took about 15 to 20 minutes to get to 5 Lazy Brook? What time did you arrive at 5 Lazy Brook?
Around 8 or 9 p.m.
Was it dark already?
Yeah.
Was it dark when you left the house to get there?
About to be.
And what was going on at 5 Lazy Brook when you got there?
Upon getting there, we texted somebody who was already there to come show us the way in. And we walked up and went inside.
When you say we texted somebody, did you text somebody?
No, Tyler DeSilva.
So Tyler DeSilva texted somebody, and did someone come to allow you into the party?
Yeah.
Where did they meet you?
In the driveway.
Do you remember who it was?
I believe Will Singewold.
Will Singewold came to let you into the party?
Yes.
And who's Will Singewold?
He was in my grade. We played football together.
Okay. Did you see anyone else that you knew at the party?
Yeah, there was a ton of people from my grade, and I pretty much know everybody there.
Was this a party that consisted of St. Joseph's High School students?
Yeah.
Did you see any folks there that were not St. Joseph's High School students?
No.
And what did you do once you were into the party?
Greeted everybody. Started talking, conversating.
Do you remember what you were wearing that evening?
Was wearing Old Miss blue T-shirt, black jeans, and slides.
Slides. What do you mean by slides?
Not flip-flops, but they were a form of sandals, pretty much.
All right. Let's see if I understand what a slide is. Is this a sandal that has a strap that goes across the top?
Yes.
Just a single strap?
Yes.
And at some point, did you put on a neck pillow?
Yes.
And why did you put on a neck pillow?
At the time, I thought it was funny.
Okay. Were you doing anything in particular when you put on that neck pillow?
Yes, we were playing beer pong.
Okay. And is that a contact sport?
No.
So the neck pillow didn't have anything to do with the game of beer pong?
No.
It was just to be funny?
Yeah,
And at some point, did you also put on a motorcycle helmet?
I did.
And did you bring that with you?
No.
And where did you find that?
Next to the beer pong table, there was a shelf with a whole bunch of random items.
Okay. And is that where you also found the neck pillow?
Yes.
You put both of those things on?
Yes.
And how long did you have those things on while you were playing this game?
The motorcycle helmet, we were kind of passing it around as like a good luck thing when we were shooting in beer pong.
Okay.
It was off and on.
Okay. So you would take it off, you would pass it to whoever else was up to bat, so to speak?
Yes.
And the neck pillow, was that something that you also passed around, or were you the only one wearing that?
No, I was the only one wearing that.
How long were you there at the party just engaged in this behavior you've described?
About an hour and a half.
And after an hour and a half, did there come a time when some people arrived that you were not familiar with?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of these people?
We were by the door, as that side of the beer pong table was by the door of the garage, and they came up.
When you say they came up, what did you see?
2 kids arrived and came up to the door.
And what did those 2 kids do?
At first, they just said that they were invited by Austin Leifer.
Objection as to what they said. Ask that it be stricken.
Court will strike the response that was provided to that question. So, ladies and gentlemen, jury, please delete that from your notes if you took a note, and otherwise don't consider it as evidence.
Did you know either of those 2 folks?
I did not.
And did it appear to you that other people in the party knew who those 2 people were?
No.
Did it appear to you that Jack Snyder knew who they were?
No.
Where was Jack Snyder at this point?
By the door.
Where was Tyler De Silva at this point?
By the door.
And did you see Jack Snyder interact with these 2 people who showed up?
At first, yes.
What did you see Jack Snyder do at first?
Just conversate.
Did you see Tyler De Silva interact with these people?
At first, no.
And what was he doing?
We were still playing beer pong.
So you and Tyler De Silva were playing beer pong and Jack Snyder was interacting with these folks.
Yes.
And did there come a point when that interaction became aggressive between the 2 of them?
Yes.
And did there come a point when Mr. Snyder took a case of beer from one of the 2?
Yes.
And what happened after that?
It moved out into the driveway, and then a fight started.
And when you say it moved out into the driveway and then a fight started, describe for us what people did once the group moved out into the driveway.
I can't really remember who all was around, but I remember Jack and the other kid were close to each other.
And did they square off with one another?
Yes.
Where were you when they squared off with one another?
Off to the side.
Did you put the helmet on in order to go outside?
Objection.
No.
Leading.
Sustained. I'll strike the response, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
When you went outside, what were you wearing?
The motorcycle helmet and my regular clothes.
And when you got out to the driveway, were you engaged at all with Mr. Hines at that point?
No.
Was Mr. Snyder engaged with Mr. Hines at that point?
No.
But at some point you've described they started to square off.
Yes.
And what positions did the other people that were there take at that point?
They just started circling, like trying to get a better position on each other. I wasn't really paying attention to anybody else.
Okay. And did there come a time when you came into contact with one of them?
Yes.
Who was that?
Ryan Hines.
And how did you come in contact with Mr. Hines?
As he was circling, since I didn't have shoes on, he stepped on my foot and I pushed him.
You pushed him?
Yes.
Did you punch him?
No.
After you pushed him, did you continue to attack him?
No.
What did you do?
He tackled Jack and was beating on him while he was on the floor.
I'm sorry?
He was beating on him while he was on the floor.
Who was beating on him while he was on the floor?
Ryan was getting the better of Jack.
Ryan was getting the better of Jack? What happened next?
We went over to break it up. He wasn't getting off at first, so we started pulling him off.
You started pulling him off?
Yes.
Did you take off your helmet?
No.
Did you swing your helmet?
No.
Were you intending to fight Mr. Hines?
No.
Did you use your helmet in any way to attack Mr. Hines?
No.
As you were pulling, or as you were getting involved with this fight that's going on between Mr. Hines and Mr. Snyder, what were the other people doing?
There was a couple people watching. Tyler DeSilva was helping me break it up.
And what did you do?
Still was trying to pull him off.
By doing what? What were you doing with your hands? Describe for us what occurred.
I was grabbing him by his waist, trying to pull him off of Jack.
You were grabbing Mr. Hines by the waist?
Yes.
Were you punching him?
No.
Were you kicking him?
No.
Did anybody else come over to join you?
Other than Tyler DeSilva, no.
Did you see anybody filming this?
At the time, no.
Have you since, as we sat in the courtroom, seen a video of what appears to be the fight at 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
And did you see other people come over to join this breaking up of the fight?
Yes.
Did you know any of those other people?
Yes.
Who did you know?
Emily Robinson.
How did you know Emily Robinson?
Just seen her in school a few times. I really didn't know her.
Okay. And after the fight was broken up, what happened next?
Miss Leifer came outside.
Who's Miss Leifer?
The mom of Maddie Leifer.
Was she the homeowner?
Yes.
Had you met Miss Leifer before?
No.
And what did Miss Leifer do at that point?
She came up, snatched the beer from Jack that he was holding, and gave it back to the kid and said, "Get out of here."
And what else did she do, if anything?
At that time, she walked over to the garage and was able to see like how many people were actually at her house.
Okay. Did you go back to the party?
I did.
I'm sorry?
I did.
And how long did you remain at the party?
15 to 20 minutes.
Okay. And did you come to leave the party at some point?
I did.
And why did you leave the party?
Miss Leifer had shut it down.
How did you leave the party?
With Jack Snyder,
Anybody else?
Tyler DeSilva, my girlfriend at the time, Will Sinjwald needed a ride, so he came. Same with Keenan and Dimitri.
So there were, at that point, 7 of you in Mr. Snyder's car?
Yes.
Where were you seated in Mr. Snyder's car?
Behind the driver?
And Mr. Snyder was driving?
Yes.
And who was in the passenger seat?
Tyler DeSilva?
You were seated behind Mr. Snyder.
Yes.
And where was Miss Traficante seated?
Sit on my lap.
Who was beside you and Miss Traficante?
To my right, it was Will Sinjwald, and then to his right, it was Keenan.
To his right was Keenan Prasik.
Yes.
He was against the passenger side rear door.
Yes.
And where was Mr. Arfanis?
In the trunk.
Was there a plan at that point for what to do?
It was still kind of early in the night, so we were looking for another place to go, if there was another party, or where we were going to go next.
At that point, did you have any weapons on you?
No.
Were you planning to go fight anyone?
No.
Did you see anybody else in your group with weapons?
No.
What was Jack Snyder doing at this point?
Just driving?
Did you know where he was driving you to?
No.
What was Tyler DeSilva doing at this point?
In the front talking to Jack?
Could you hear what they were saying?
No.
And what was the music like if it was on?
Loud.
And what were you doing at this point?
Just talking to my girlfriend and Will. Conversating.
And were you doing any texting at this point on your phone?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
Yes.
Did other people have their cell phones with them?
Yes.
Could you see anybody on their cell phone at that point?
I saw Jack Snyder on and off his phone while driving.
And where did the car go?
We ended up at Trumbull High School.
You say you ended up at Trumbull High School. Is that someplace that you'd been before?
Only for football games.
As the car was driving, did you know that you were heading towards Trumbull High School?
No.
And what was going on when you arrived at Trumbull High School?
There was a couple cars from the party before that were also trying to figure out what to do.
And did Jack Snyder stop the car there?
Yes.
Did you see anyone there that you knew?
Yes.
Who?
The car closest to us was a car full of girls, and there was 3 of them that were in my grade.
Do you remember who they were?
I only remember the driver.
And who was that?
Maya Fagan.
I'm sorry?
Maya Fagan.
How did you know Maya Fagan?
She was a friend of mine in the same grade. She was also a cheerleader.
Did she know Ms. Trafficante?
Yes.
And did Mr. Snyder park the car?
Yes.
And what did the people in Mr. Snyder's car do?
A few people got out. No, I don't think anybody stayed in the car.
Did you get out of the car?
At one point, yes.
And did Ms. Trafficante get out of the car?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got out of the car?
Talked to the car full of girls.
Okay. And did you see what the other people were doing?
I saw Jack and Tyler go over to another car, and I can't remember what Dimitri and Keenan were doing.
You saw Jack and Tyler go over to another car?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that other car?
No.
Did there come a time when folks got back into Mr. Snyder's car?
Yes.
What led to people getting back into Mr. Snyder's car?
Everybody was getting back in their cars, and I was assuming we had someplace to go now.
You say you were assuming that you had someplace to go. Was there a plan at that point of where to go?
One of the girls in the other car had told me about it.
Objection as to what they said.
Without telling us what anybody said, and as you understood it, was there a plan to go somewhere else at that point when you got back into Jack Snyder's car?
Another party in Trumbull.
Another party in Trumbull?
Yes.
And did you at some point become aware of a group chat that was going on?
Yes.
Was this a group chat that you had created?
No.
Were you a part of this group chat?
Yes.
How did you become a part of this group chat?
I got added to it.
You got added to it?
Yes.
How did you know that you had been added to it?
As soon as you're added to a group chat and people are texting in it, you get a notification that pops up.
And did you get a notification?
Yes.
When you got that notification, did you look at your phone?
Yes.
And what was the nature of the texts that were going back and forth on this group chat?
There was a lot of people in it, and they were just talking crap to each other back and forth.
Did you know any of the people that were in that group chat?
Yes.
Who?
A couple of my friends I noticed were in there from my football team. Some kids that weren't even around, they were at mom houses in different states or stuff like that.
Did you ask Jack Snyder or Tyler De Silva to add you to the group chat?
No.
Did you ask anyone to add you to the group chat?
No.
And what was the tone of the group chat?
Not positive. It was just people talking shit to each other, pretty much.
Did you participate in the group chat after you were added?
Yes.
What was the nature of your participation in the group chat?
Around the same time we were leaving Trumbull High School, I texted in it.
Do you recall how many texts you sent?
No.
Do you recall how many texts you received?
No.
This occurred while you were leaving Trumbull High School?
Around the same time, yeah.
Did there come a point when you realized that you were not going to another party in Trumbull?
Yes.
How did you come to realize that you weren't going to another party in Trumbull?
After driving for a little bit, Jack had turned down the music, and I asked him where we were going.
And what did you learn from Jack at that point?
He said,
Objection as to what he said.
As to what Jack said.
I asked what he learned.
You just can't tell us what Jack said. Okay, it's what you learned upon speaking.
So what did you learn from Jack about where you were going or where he was driving the car?
we were going to a house in Shelton,
And do you recall what the address of the house in Shelton was?
43 Laurel Glen.
Was that an address that you had seen in the group chat?
Yes.
Was that an address that you were familiar with before having seen it in the group chat?
No.
Had you ever been to 43 Laurel Glen Drive before?
No.
Did you know whose home that was?
No.
Did you remain in the group chat?
No.
When you say no, did you leave the group chat?
Yes.
And how do you leave a group chat?
You click on the top, and then there's a little drop down that you can click leave.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Why did you leave the group chat?
While they were going back and forth, there was a picture sent into the group chat.
What was that picture?
It was just a group of kids, and upon looking at the picture, I noticed that I recognized a few of the kids that were in the picture.
And how did you recognize those kids that were in the picture?
A couple of the kids, I wouldn't say I was friends with, but I had seen them at other parties, drank together, stuff like that.
Did you recognize any of those kids from 5 Lazy Brook?
I don't remember.
Did you understand that those were the same kids that were texting the address of 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Were those kids that you saw in that selfie kids from St. Joe's?
No.
Why did seeing that picture cause you to leave the group chat?
I don't want problems with people I'm like cool with.
Did Mr. Snyder continue to participate in the group chat?
Objection. He says he left, so how would he know?
If you know,
There's no foundation.
we could know. I just don't know. So I'll overrule it if you know.
At the time, I did not know.
Did you know if Mr. De Silva continued to participate in the group chat?
At the time, I did not know.
What were you doing at this point in the car?
Talking to Will, I think we were drinking. I can't really remember.
Where was Miss Traficante at this point?
Still on my lap.
And did anyone in the car indicate that they knew where Mr. Snyder was driving?
No?
Did Mr. Snyder appear upset to you?
A little bit.
When you say a little bit, what about his appearance indicated to you that he was upset?
At Trumbull High School, there was a few people like teasing him for basically losing.
Did Mr. De Silva appear upset to you in the car?
No.
Did Miss Traficante appear upset to you in the car?
No.
Did Mr. Senjwald, Mr. Arfanis, or Mr. Frasick appear upset to you while they were in the car?
No.
Did you notice another car following your car?
No.
And did Mr. Snyder ultimately drive the car somewhere and stop?
Yes.
Did you recognize where that was?
No.
What did you see when the car stopped?
I saw a yard, and then kids started coming up to the car.
When you say you saw a yard, had you ever been to that house before?
No.
Did Mr. Snyder indicate to you that he knew the people that were at this house where you'd stopped?
No.
Did Mr. De Silva indicate to you that he knew the people at this house where he'd stopped?
I'm going to object at this point. It's leading, and it calls for almost like a hearsay response as to what they indicated to him.
I will overrule it based on the form of the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you have any indication that Mr. Snyder or Mr. De Silva knew any of the folks that were at this house?
Definitely not Jack. I think maybe Tyler said something.
Do you see behind you an exhibit that's up there on the easel?
Yes.
May I approach you, Honor? I just need to refresh my recollection. So on the easel behind you, Mr. Valle, is State's Exhibit 52. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as the address which Mr. Snyder parked his car at?
At the time, you couldn't really see much, so now I'm.
Well, can you put us there? Describe for us what could you see when you arrived there?
I wasn't really looking around. The only thing I saw was kids coming up to the car.
And how many kids did you see coming up to the car?
I want to say it was like rows of people. There was about 10, and then at the max, it was probably 30.
And what did these people that you saw do?
At first, I had my window rolled up. I didn't know if I saw anybody I knew. Jack started conversating. Tyler started conversating. And then I saw somebody I recognized.
Who did you recognize?
Ricky Fiola.
How did you recognize Ricky Fiola?
I've drank with him before at parties. Just hung out with him a couple times at parties that we were both invited to.
And these people, did they stay on the driver's side of the vehicle?
No,
Where did they go?
all around the car.
Did they surround the car?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
All alone.
Did these people go in the front of the car?
Yes.
Did these people go on the passenger side of the car?
Yes.
Did these people go in the rear of the car?
Yes.
Did you feel surrounded by these people?
Yes.
Once these people were on all sides of the car, what did Jack Snyder do, if anything?
I couldn't really hear his conversation. I was having my own conversation. So at that time, nothing.
Where was Ms. Trafficante at that point?
Still on my lap.
Did there come a time when she was no longer on your lap?
Only when we got out of the car.
Do you recall her climbing into the trunk area of the vehicle?
No.
Where was Mr. Sinjwald?
Still to my right.
Where was Mr. Arfanis?
Still in the trunk.
And where was Mr. Frasick?
Still in the rear passenger.
And the conversation that you've described Mr. Snyder as having, without telling us what he was saying, how would you describe the tone of that conversation he was having?
At first, it was fine. And then it got really aggressive.
What about it was really aggressive?
There was a few kids shouting at him.
A few kids?
Yes.
And what was, you described Mr. De Silva as having a conversation. What was the nature of that conversation like?
His was also peaceful.
And did it remain peaceful?
Yes.
And you said you were having a conversation.
Yes.
Was that a peaceful conversation?
Yes.
Did that remain peaceful?
Yes.
Did you throw anything outside the window of your car?
No.
Did you see Mr. Snyder throw anything outside the car?
No.
Did you see Mr. De Silva throw anything outside the car?
No.
Did you see anyone inside your vehicle throw anything outside the car?
No.
Are you certain that people were on all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
And you've described at least one of these conversations as taking a turn and becoming more aggressive. When you say more aggressive, you described yelling.
Yes.
And could you see the faces of the people that were outside the vehicle?
No.
Could you hear threats?
Not that I can remember.
Could you see people hitting the car?
Yes.
What did that feel like inside the car?
It's weird to describe. I've never been in a situation like that. They were just punching and kicking and hitting the car from everywhere.
On all sides of the vehicle?
Yes.
Could you tell if things were being thrown at the car?
At the time, all I heard was the banging and stuff.
Loud bangs?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shattering?
No.
When you got in the vehicle that evening with Mr. Snyder, did you see a shatter in the windshield?
No.
Did you see Mr. Snyder with any weapons at that point?
No.
Could you see what was in Mr. Snyder's lap?
No.
Did you have a weapon?
No.
Did you have anything in your hands?
No.
Could you feel the car begin to rock?
Yes.
And did you see anybody on the rear bumper?
No, I didn't look backwards.
Did you begin to worry?
Yes.
Did you begin to feel unsafe?
I'm going to object. This is leading.
How were you feeling as the car was rocking and the hands were hitting the car and other things were hitting the car?
Nervous and a bit of panic.
You say a bit of a panic. Had you ever been that panicked before?
No.
Did you feel like you could get out of the car?
No.
Leading.
I'll allow that, but just keep an eye on the leading questions.
Why didn't you feel like you could get out of the car?
Because there were so many people surrounding the car.
Could you see the faces of the other people in your car?
The only face I remember looking at was Tyler.
What did Tyler's face look like?
Pretty scared.
Do you remember what Ms. Trafficante was doing at that point?
No, I don't remember.
Did it seem to you that the situation in the car was calming down?
No.
I'm going to...
Debate objection, counsel, but I would have sustained the objection. I'll allow the answer to stand.
Had you ever been in a car before while it was being attacked?
No.
What sorts of things did you worry about as you sat there with the car surrounded and being rocked?
Mainly that they were going to break the windows.
Why did you worry that they were going to break the windows?
Because they were punching them.
Did you worry that anything else might happen if they broke the windows?
At the time, I was just wondering why Jack wasn't driving.
Could you tell if the car was still on at that point?
Yes, it was.
How did you think it was going to end at that point?
Objection. That calls for speculation.
What did you expect was going to happen next?
That they were going to break the windows.
Did you have a plan if they did that?
No.
Anything about the demeanor of the people on the outside of the car lead you to believe that they were going to stop?
I'm going to object. That calls for speculation as well.
I'll overrule it.
No.
And did you see anyone in your car with a weapon at that time?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
At some point, did Jack finally move the car?
Yes.
And where did it go?
Straight.
Did you know where you were?
No.
Had you ever been in that neighborhood before?
No.
And did Jack ever stop the car?
Yes.
Could you see anyone outside the car when Jack stopped the vehicle?
No.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Take this one down from behind you. What you're looking at there is State's Exhibit 1. When Jack stopped the vehicle, do you have the pointer there with you?
Yes.
Can you use that pointer to show us on State's Exhibit 1 where you remember him stopping the vehicle? Your Honor, can the record reflect that the witness has pointed to the area just before the intersection of Farmhouse Lane and Laurel Glen Drive in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen Drive?
All right, so noted on the record. Thank you.
And what did you do when Jack stopped the car?
My girlfriend at the time was crying and asking to get out.
Question is, what did you do when Jack stopped the car?
I got out.
Did it seem safe to get out at that point?
Yes.
Did you see anyone from the house that you had just left at that point?
No.
And where did you go when you got out?
Side of the road.
Can you show us on Exhibit 1 there which side of the road? May the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the side of the road opposite from what has previously been identified as 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
So noted on the record. Thank you.
Did anyone else get out with you at that point?
Yes.
Who?
Tyler De Silva and my girlfriend at the time, Mackenzie.
Okay. Did anybody else get out?
No.
And when Mr. De Silva got out, where did he go?
At first, he was right next to me.
And when Ms. Trafficante got out, where did she go?
She went to the end of the road.
And so, in your recollection, the other occupants of Mr. Snyder's vehicle did not get out of the car?
No.
Where did Mr. Snyder drive the car at that point?
Straight.
Did you see where he went?
No.
Could you see any of the folks from 43 Laurel Glen Drive, the house that you had left?
No.
At some point, did you see any of those folks again?
Yes.
When was that?
When they came running down the road.
And what were they doing when you saw them come running down the road?
I believe screaming and just running.
Were they throwing anything?
Yes.
And do you recall what they were throwing?
I believe only one person threw like a water bottle.
Did it hit you?
No.
Did it hit anything?
I believe it hit the car, but I wasn't really looking.
Did you have any interactions with the kids from 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Yes.
Who do you recall interacting with from 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
Tyler Rich and Ricky Fiola.
And when you were interacting with Tyler Rich, what was that interaction like?
At first, he just ran past me and chased the car until it fully drove off. And after that, they all kind of started walking away. He was kind of asked people to walk away.
Okay. Did you have any one-on-one interactions with Mr. Rich?
Yes.
What happened between you and Mr. Rich?
As he was walking away, he came up to me and sprayed WD-40 in my eye.
Did you do anything to him when he sprayed WD-40 in your eyes?
No,
Had you done anything to him prior to him spraying you in the eyes with WD-40?
no,
Did you see the can close enough to be able to identify it as WD-40?
yes.
What did you do after he sprayed you in the eyes with the WD-40?
I started holding my eye.
Did you attack him?
No,
Did you have a weapon on you at that point?
yes,
You did.
yes.
What weapon did you have on you at that point?
I had a knife in my pocket.
Where did you get the knife from?
Before Jack left, he tossed it to me.
Okay, let's back it up a little bit. Before Jack left,
Yes,
when did Jack leave?
when he dropped off me, Mackenzie, and Tyler at the end of the road.
Before the Shelton High kids came?
Yes.
Put us there. Tell me how Mr. Snyder gives you this knife.
Mackenzie exited the vehicle. I got out right behind her, and then Tyler got out from the passenger. Me and Tyler were standing on the side of the road. Right before Jack's about to drive off, he says,
Objection as to what he says.
You can't tell us what anybody else says. You can tell us what they did.
he tossed the knife.
And what did you do when he tossed the knife?
At first, it hit me and then fell on the floor. I picked it up and said, "What are you giving me a knife for?"
And what did Mr. Snyder do at that point?
He said,
Objection. Hearsay.
Can't tell us what Mr. Snyder said.
Your Honor, I would claim it not for the truth of the matter so much as the effect on the listener.
You want to lay the foundation for that because I'm going to ask the jury to leave just to leave the jury. To back into the jury for a few moments. Thank you. Stated before phrase that we like to use, I guess we can't, it's difficult to unring the bell. So you're claiming this as not being offered for the truth of the matter. I'll see an offer of proof on that outside the presence of the jury.
Your Honor, he's just described what sounds like a surprising, unplanned event, and somebody has just thrown a knife at him, he claims. I'm not sure what he's going to tell us Mr. Snyder said to him at that point, but given the circumstances of the situation that he has described, I think it's important in a case where we're talking about what his intent was, in particular what his intent was with this knife, that we've already had other testimony about Mr. Snyder giving to him, and Mr. Snyder's version of what happened in that account. I think it's important to know what the effect was on him when he said this.
I don't know what he said. I know that the question was, why did you give me that, is what he asked.
Yes.
And then his response was starting with, he said.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what would be the effect on the defendant at that point in time?
Right. As far as understanding what he was thinking when Mr. Snyder gave him this and what Mr. Snyder is telling him as far as why he is giving that to him, I think in this situation and under these circumstances, again, whether or not it's true, whatever Mr. Snyder said to him, what the effect on him was.
Why don't you establish outside the presence of the jury right now what the effect was on the listener, the defendant, from hearing whatever the statement is before I make a decision, and then I'll be heard by the state.
You've told us that Mr. Snyder gave you.
Excuse me.
Make sure your cell phones are on silent, please. You've been asked repeatedly. Thank you.
Thank you.
You told us that you had just been thrown the knife by Mr. Snyder, and you asked him, "What did you give me this for?" Right?
Yes.
And you were about to tell us what Mr. Snyder's response was, correct?
Yes.
What was his response?
He said something along the lines of just in case, and then he sped off.
All right. And what effect did that have on you when he said, just in case?
Confused?
And did that increase your sense of danger with the situation?
I'm going to object to that. He just said he was confused.
I'll sustain it. So the response was confused. I mean, if that's the effect on the listener that you're looking for, I'll hear from the state on that.
I don't think that it's even relevant at this point. If he's confused, he should just say, he could testify to whatever he's testifying to, and at that point, I felt confused. I don't think the statement of what Mr. Snyder says comes in for effect on listener at this point. And to me, I'm concerned with it. We're really bootstrapping here because we want to hear what he says Jack said for its truth, and that's the concern, right? So, Snyder testified. Defense counsel could have asked him what was said, and I believe he may have asked him what was said, and Mr. Snyder actually said no. The defendant asked him for the knife. So now we're getting into this bootstrapping of hearsay statements and trying to guise it under, effect on listener. The response is what the response is. Now, if he felt confused, so to me, it doesn't come in for the effect on listener. That can be elicited without the hearsay response, Your Honor.
I have to agree. You can ask him how he was feeling at that point in time to extract from the witness that he felt confused. So the court is having a difficult time understanding the relevance of that particular hearsay statement. Court's going to sustain the objection to the hearsay statement.
Understood.
Thanks. I need to Rebecca. You can leave the door open, please. Thank you. Waiting on Monday. Thank you. Counsel, please stipulate to the return of our jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Ordinance, return of all jurors. All right, I believe that when the jury left, the question pending was what? That was the response.
Okay.
Thank you.
And how did you feel when he threw that knife to you?
Confused.
And what did you do with the knife?
Put it in my pocket.
Do you remember which pocket?
My right pocket.
And did you have that knife on you when Mr. Rich sprayed you with the WD-40?
Yes.
Did you at any point go into the bushes along the road there?
No.
You remained on the curb?
Yes.
Could you see where Mr. Snyder drove off to?
I just saw the car take off straight.
Did it go out of your field of vision?
Yeah, right as he sped off, I heard the kids screaming and running down the road, so I turned my attention to that.
And did there come a point in time when Mr. Snyder returned?
Yes.
And what happened when Mr. Snyder returned?
All the kids that ran down had already left. We came back and everybody got out of the car.
Other than the interaction with Mr. Rich, did you have an interaction with any of the other Shelton kids while you were down there on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else was that?
Ricky Fiola.
And what was that interaction like?
He saw Tyler Rich spray me with the WD-40 and he came up to me.
Did he do anything to you?
Just talk to me and I guess make me feel better about the situation.
When the vehicle came back, did Mr. Snyder park the car?
Yes.
Can you show us on Exhibit 1 behind you where he parked the car? May the record reflect the witness has indicated on Exhibit 1 that Mr. Snyder parked the car in front of what's previously been identified as 36 Laurel Glen Drive.
I will go ahead and note that for the record. Thank you.
What did Mr. De Silva do at that point?
Me and Jack started inspecting the car.
And what did you do at that point?
I was still rubbing my eye.
What did the other occupants of the vehicle do at that point, if anything?
Mackenzie was still sitting in the same spot she was previously. I can't remember where Keenan and Dimitri were. I believe they were also standing by her.
Were you upset at that point?
Yeah.
What were you upset about?
And I got sprayed with WD-40 for no reason.
Were you angry?
No, more confused on why he did it.
Did you know Tyler Rich prior to that?
Yes.
How did you know Tyler Rich prior to that?
Same as all the other kids I knew from Shelton. Seen him at parties, drank with them before.
But you'd never been to that house before?
No.
Did you know that that was Tyler Rich's house?
No.
Were you still scared at that point?
Yeah.
Were you more scared or more confused?
More confused.
What did you do next?
I walked over to where my girlfriend was sitting.
Where was she sitting?
The same spot at the end of the road on the curb.
And what was her demeanor like?
She was really upset.
Did you, at some point, go over to inspect the car?
No.
What did you do next?
I asked Mackenzie for a ride home from her sister.
And was her sister present?
No.
And what did you do after you asked her for a ride home with her sister?
I saw her waiting there.
Where were you waiting?
By my girlfriend and by the car.
Can you point out to us on the exhibit where that was? Had she remained in the same position during the course of these events at the end of the road that you've been describing to us?
Yes.
And what was she doing while she was waiting on the curb? Could you see?
She had her head down, like in between her legs, looking at her phone.
And what happened next?
Tyler and Jack started talking about going back.
Where were you at that point?
Close enough to hear them.
How far away?
Want to say 5 feet?
Away from them?
Yes.
And what happened next?
Tyler started saying,
Objection calls for hearsay.
Yeah.
Well, the answer seems as though it's providing hearsay, so I would know. The question was what happened next. So the objection to the extent that the witness is going to respond with what someone stated.
Your Honor, may I remind the witness that he can't tell us? So, again, listen to the nature of my question. Okay, you can't tell us what somebody else has said. Okay, so you were telling us what was happening at that point. Okay, can you tell us what you saw Mr. Snyder do?
talk to Tyler De Silva.
Okay. And what was Mr. Snyder's demeanor like when he was talking to Mr. De Silva?
Agreeing with him.
Did he appear excited or upset or calm?
Couldn't really tell.
And Mr. De Silva, what did his demeanor appear like to you?
Confident.
I'm sorry?
Confident.
He appeared confident?
Yeah.
Mr. Valle, I don't mean to be rude, but do you understand the word demeanor?
Yeah.
How did his face appear?
He didn't really seem too worried.
Did Mr. Snyder appear not too worried as well?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, did they get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Who got into the vehicle first?
Jack.
And did he get into the driver's side?
Yes.
And did Mr. De Silva get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Where did he get into the vehicle?
Passenger.
And did you ultimately get back into the vehicle?
Yes.
Why did you get back into that vehicle?
I was asked to by Tyler.
Objection. I would ask that be stricken.
All right, so the jury, if you wrote that down, please remove it from your notepads. Court is striking the last response concerning he was asked by someone else, okay? So that does not qualify or classify as evidence in this case, all right? Thank you.
When you got back into that vehicle, what were you thinking?
I trusted my best friend that everything was going to be okay and we were just going to go and make peace.
Did you understand that there was some plan to go and make peace in this situation?
I'm going to object. That's leading.
Sustained.
You've just said that you trusted your friend to make peace.
Yes.
Objection. He did not say that. So I would ask that it be stricken. This is leading.
All right, so I will strike the response, which was yes, sustaining the objection. Thank you.
You got back into that vehicle last.
Yes.
Where did you get back into that vehicle?
Behind the driver.
Behind the driver?
Yes.
And did you still have the knife on you?
Yes.
Was it open?
No.
Where was it?
Still in my pocket.
Still in your right pocket?
Yes.
Did you have your hand in the pocket?
No.
Were you scared to get back in that car?
A little bit.
Where did you think the car was going to go?
Back down to the house.
Did you think that was a good idea?
At the time, few interactions had already been peaceful here and there, so it didn't seem like the worst idea in the world at the time.
You understood that Ms. Trafficante was not going to be getting back in that car?
Yes.
Did you think it was a good idea to leave her there?
Yes.
Why?
There was other people with her, and her sister was on the way.
Were you upset or angry as you got into that car?
I'm gonna object. It's asked and answered.
At the time that he got into the car, I don't believe that we've been to that location yet, so I'll overrule it.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. When you got back into that car, were you upset or angry?
No.
Not about your eyes being sprayed with WD-40?
No.
And did Jack Snyder drive the car back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
He did.
What was that drive there like?
Nobody said anything?
Was the music on?
No.
Was it a fast drive?
I can't remember.
And did Jack Snyder ultimately stop his car at the same house as before?
Yes.
Did you see any people in the yard?
Yes.
How many?
At first, they were far back in the yard, so I want to say 10.
You say at first they were far back in the yard. Were there any on the curb or near the street?
No.
And you could see 10 people in the yard?
About, yeah.
Did you recognize any of those people?
No.
Did they remain where they were?
Yes.
What did Tyler DeSilva do when the car stopped?
He opened his door and got out.
What did Jack Snyder do when the car stopped?
Nothing.
Where did Tyler DeSilva go when he got out of the car?
As soon as he got out, he started walking onto the lawn.
Walking?
Yes.
Not running?
No.
Did you stay in the car?
No.
What did you do?
As soon as Tyler got out, I got out.
Why?
It's my friend. I knew a couple people there. I was just going to help ease the situation, I guess.
Where was the knife?
In my pocket.
Did you have your hand on it?
No.
Where did Tyler DeSilva go as you were following him out of the car?
We started walking up the yard.
May I approach your honor? Behind you on the easel is State's Exhibit 52. I'd ask you to use that pointer that you have and show us where you saw the initial 10 kids in the yard.
It's kind of out of the frame.
Out of the frame?
Yeah.
But you could see them from where the car parked?
Yeah.
Where did Jack Snyder park the car? When you got out of the vehicle, was there anything blocking your path to the yard?
I got out from this side, so no.
You got out from the driver's side?
Yeah.
And walked around the car?
Yeah.
So when you got out of the car, did you lose sight of Mr. DeSilva?
For a second or two.
So you came following behind him?
Yeah.
And where did Mr. DeSilva go when he got out of the car?
We started walking up the yard.
Can you show us his path of travel?
We got out right here. There was a car here, so we went.
And he went onto the grass?
Yes.
And where did he go once he got on the grass, if anywhere?
I met him around this area, and we started to walk up, and we were approached by somebody right here.
Did you get up to where the red bush is?
No.
Did you get up to where the black truck is?
No.
Did you get any further than where the tree is in the middle of Exhibit 52?
Yes.
Where did you get up to?
Probably around right here.
And so you got just past where the tree is?
Yeah.
And then what happened?
After we were approached by the first person, which was a girl, she moved out of the way, and then we were approached by Tyler Rich and a whole bunch of other people.
And how many people were you approached by that included Tyler Rich?
At first, they were all in front of us. I'd say it was about 30 people spread out in a line almost.
Okay. And when you met Mr. DeSilva on the grass as you came around the car, did he indicate to you in any way that he was surprised that you had followed him?
No.
Did he indicate in any way to you that he did not want you to follow him?
No.
You told us that you recognized Tyler Rich as one of the people that had approached you.
Yes.
Did you recognize anyone else?
No.
Did the people, you've described them as being in sort of a line, did they stay in one area?
No.
What did they do?
Shortly after we were both in our own conversations, they started to surround us.
And you say you were both in your own conversations. Do you mean Mr. DeSilva and yourself?
Yeah.
How close were you standing to Mr. DeSilva when you were confronted by these other folks?
At first, we were right next to each other.
You say at first. Did there come a time when you got separated?
Yeah.
And so who or how many people was Mr. DeSilva engaged with?
At first, we were all talking to the same amount of people, and then After a little while, when I looked to my left, there was a wall of people blocking me from Tyler.
Okay. Let's break it down a little bit. You've said at first you could see Mr. De Silva was talking to the same amount of people as you were.
Yeah.
How many people was Mr. De Silva talking to?
Directly, 10. There was a lot of kids around, though.
And was he talking to any one person in particular?
Yes.
Who was that, if you know?
All of it.
Okay. Were there other people with Mr. Rich?
Yes.
How close were they standing to Mr. Rich?
Side by side.
You described them as forming a wall.
Yeah.
And how many people were you engaged with at that point?
Before or after they surrounded me?
Let's take it frame by frame. You've described Mr. De Silva talking with a group of people, and you said you were talking with a number of people as well. At that point, how many people were you engaged with?
I was directly talking to about 4 to 5 people.
Okay. And how many people, were there people behind them?
Right next to them.
Were they shoulder to shoulder?
Yeah.
And where were these people positioned, if you can show us on the exhibit there?
I was about right here. And they were right here. And right here.
And did they stay just in front of you?
No.
What did they do?
They started to surround me.
Did you have, how were you wearing your shirt at this point?
Normally?
Did you ever at any point pull it up over your head?
No.
Where was the knife at this point?
In my pocket.
Did you have your hands in your pockets?
No.
How were you feeling at this point?
Nervous?
Why were you feeling nervous?
Because there was a lot of people just surrounding me.
Yes, you
I just want to just give you a heads up that it's 4:45. Do you have a few additional questions, or is this a good time to break?
If Your Honor is inclined to take a break, I suppose this is as good a place as any to take one.
All right. Court's going to go ahead and move towards adjourning for the day, so I'm going to interrupt the direct testimony of before I do actually adjourn on the record. Once again, I'll remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury to continue to abide by the code and under our sheriff conduct rules. Again, please don't discuss this case with anyone. And once again, there's been a lot of media attention. Please try to avoid that attention and avoid others trying to speak to you about this particular case. There have been multiple locations that have been mentioned. Do not go to any of those locations. Do not attempt to perform any of your own experiment or research or investigation into any of the issues that have arisen during this trial. Thank you so much. Try to leave your notebooks behind. Have a good evening, and we'll see you back next tomorrow. It's adjourned.
All right.
All right, so that was the end of Raul's first day of testimony. Then it gets carried over into day 9. So that was day 8. So now we carry it over into day 9. So Gretchen said, I watched the whole trial and still find keeping all these kids separate difficult. I also suspect parents of the other kids were more connected in community. Makes it easier to hang everything on Raul. Yeah. Never charged the rich household. Makes no sense. LOL. Bird says. I know the Leafers were. They also have a. There's a civil suit. Let's see, civil suit. Spelled that wrong. Let's see. Civil suits. Yeah, Paul and Susanna Leifer. They definitely had civil suits. So the McGraths filed a lawsuit against Raul Sr. and Clara Sanchez. I guess those are his parents, right? Alleging negligence and parental liability. It claims they contributed to the fatal chain of events by allowing their son to participate in a planned confrontation involving alcohol, weapons, and violence. Now, the suits against the Leifers, Paul and Susanna, they were host of the first party. They faced civil lawsuits in June 2023. They were also criminally charged, Susanna with reckless endangerment, both for permitting minors to possess alcohol. Plaintiffs allege the host served alcohol to minors without intervention and allowed violence to unfold. Then the Riches lawsuit. Okay, the owner where Jimmy was fatally stabbed are also facing lawsuits by the McGraths. These suits claim the Riches hosted and failed to supervise a party with underage drinking that became violent. It says these charges are still pending. And then there's Tyler's parents providing alcohol to their underage son. Plaintiff describes this as negligent conduct that fueled the initial fight involving Valle and others. So interesting. There's at least 15 civil cases associated with events that night. Wow, that's pretty interesting. All right, 15 civil suits. So this has far-reaching, and it's not over yet. That's for sure. Oh, Sinbad, thank you for the 5 gifted Trial TV Live memberships. I didn't see that. Appreciate you, Sinbad. Thank you so much. Generation Cultivation 840. Why hasn't your comment posted? I am not sure. I'm not sure what it was. I didn't see it. Yeah, death can't be reversed. That's true. That is true. All right. All right. So it's almost 2 o'clock. We'll listen to the rest of Raul's testimony. He definitely has some inconsistencies. I also want to play, if we don't get to it today, then tomorrow, if there's no verdict, I want to play there was 2 females at the first party, and they said that, well, one of them said he did not take off his helmet and swing at Ryan. They said he headbutted, and even that I think is kind of up for debate. But we'll get to that. I don't know how long this testimony is, but let's pick back up on Raul's testimony. All right. Oh, Karen K, thank you. Oops. Let me pull that up. Thank you. Appreciate you. Oops. Want to like that? Thank you so much. Thank you for your $10. Really appreciate that. Thank you for being a part of it. And again, guys, your opinions matter, but you don't have to keep hammering us, all right? Some of you just keep hammering it and hammering it and hammering and hammering it. So enough, okay? We get it. We get where you stand. It's cool. You don't have to keep hammering it. You don't have to attack each other. We will start deleting those messages. So just so you know, we see you. We get your opinion. You just don't have to keep hammering it, okay? On both sides. I see it on both sides. So it's not just one side or the other. But just be respectful. And you don't have to keep hammering us with your opinion over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Okay? We get it. We get it. We understand where you land. We don't have to see it every 10 seconds. So just a reminder, be respectful.
When you say the end, what do you mean?
On the
Don't
end
attack
of the
each other.
motion,
because we're
Was
not
there
that
somebody-
channel, all right? If you want to go attack somebody, go somewhere else. Don't stay. Don't. You're not gonna get away with it here. That's all I have to say.
Is there anything that needs to be addressed by the court before bringing
Okay, back to Raul.
the jury in this morning?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. So, Attorney Smith, you were in the middle of your direct examination. I'll leave it to you or defer to you as to whether or not you would like to be standing at the podium or take the podium at the time the jury presents.
I'll go ahead and take the podium now, Your Honor.
So I just want to address with the attorneys before we bring the jury in. I do intend to first give the jurors an idea of what the schedule looks like, and I just want to make sure that I confirm that with all of you. So it's my understanding that informal conference, we left it at today. We will complete, I believe, the state's case. So I anticipate the state will rest sometime today. Does the defense, does the state anticipate any rebuttal?
At this time, no, Your Honor.
All right. So if, in fact, there is no rebuttal, then we would be off tomorrow. So there would not be any court session tomorrow on this particular trial. And then I would anticipate we would have closing arguments as well as the court's jury charge on Thursday. And so that would be July 3rd. We can conduct the charging conference on the record in the morning on the 3rd as well. And then obviously no court on the 4th. Deliberations, I would assume, would at least be able to start on Thursday the 3rd. And if we need to go into extra days, the next time we would reconvene would be on July 7th, which would be the following Monday. So that's the schedule that I'm going to provide the jury. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Welcome back. Good morning. Thank you. I would ask counsel please stipulate to the return of the jurors.
State will stipulate, Your Honor.
Defense will stipulate, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceedings, I just wanted to give you an idea of what the anticipated schedule is going to look like because I'm trying to keep you informed. I know that I said I would do that. Sometimes it's a bit difficult, and I apologize. However, I anticipate that today the defense will rest. I do not know whether or not we'll have any rebuttal on behalf of the state. I don't anticipate any at this time. That could change. So I do believe today will not be a full day, perhaps a half day at best of evidence. Once the evidence closes, of course, you still need to hear the closing arguments as well as the jury instructions as to how to apply the law to the facts you find as the jurors. In this particular case, we will not be in session tomorrow. So there would not be court for this trial tomorrow. That would bring us to July 3rd for closing arguments, the jury charge to you, and then the commencement of your deliberations at that point in time. We are not in session on July 4th. So if additional time is needed, and you'll be told that you'll take as much time as you need for your deliberations. So if additional time is needed, then we would be back to reconvene with deliberations on Monday, July 7th. Okay, until, of course, and it would be day to day until, of course, the jury indicates to the court that they are done with their deliberations. Okay? So I just wanted to give that information to you now, so if we have a morning recess and you need to reach out and adjust your schedules at all, you'll have an ability to do that, and you know what the rest of the week looks like. So thank you so much. All right, with that, when we adjourned yesterday, Mr. Valle was on the stand for his direct examination on behalf of the defense. I am going to, at this point in time, direct Attorney Smith to continue on with that direct examination. Thank you. Attorney Smith?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Valle. I'm going to remind you again, you've got to keep your voice up. You are soft-spoken. We are competing with the fans, but everybody's got to hear you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. So yesterday when we were here and we left off, I believe you had taken us to the front lawn of 43 Laurel Glen Drive. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were describing for us the scene there on that front lawn as you and Mr. De Silva walked up to a group of individuals that had come out of the house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that you had told us just shortly before we dispersed for the day that you thought there were about 10 people facing you and about 10 people facing Mr. De Silva. Do you recall that?
Yes, but I'd say it was around 50 kids altogether.
50 kids all together?
Yes.
Were you counting them? How can you be sure that there were 50 kids?
I wasn't able to see behind them because there were so many people.
It felt to you like there were 50 kids?
Yes.
But you weren't counting 50 kids?
No.
Do you recall how many kids... do you recall yesterday you had described for us that there were essentially two groups that started to form, one that was dealing more with Mr. De Silva and one that was dealing more with you?
Yes.
And how far away were you from Mr. De Silva at that point?
Once the two groups started forming, it was hard to say how far Tyler was from me. I want to say 5-6 feet.
Okay. And you had described that he was trying to have some sort of a conversation with somebody that he was dealing with. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Were you trying to have a conversation with anybody? What were you doing at that point?
Yes. I was trying to have a conversation with Ryan Hines.
Ryan Hines was one of the people that was facing you?
Yes.
How many other people do you remember that you were dealing with in the group that was facing you?
After they separated into two groups, I want to say there was around 25 to 20 people just on me.
And where were they positioned?
At first they were just in front. And then once they made the two separate groups, they were on both sides and in front of me.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes. Thank you.
And I put back up there for us State's Exhibit 52 behind you on the easel. And I hand you a pointer and try to drop it. Where do you recall standing as this group starts to form around you?
I want to say around this area.
Did you see anybody around the red bush?
There was people everywhere.
Could you see anybody moving around behind the red bush?
No, I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. When you described being surrounded by this group that's facing you, were there some kids that were dealing with you more directly than the larger group?
Once they separated us into two groups, everyone was saying stuff.
You described interacting with Ryan Hines.
Yes.
Was he separate from the larger group in some way that you were dealing directly with him? Tell us how that worked.
He was just the person that I was talking to. There was people shoulder to shoulder with him, right next to him, on my sides, but he was the one that I started talking to directly.
Was he closest to you?
They were all the same distance from me.
How far away from you were they?
Not even a foot.
That close to you?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to demonstrate with me what he was experiencing at that point?
If the witness is comfortable demonstrating, that's fine. Just please keep it in the well. Thank you.
Will you come down here, Mr. Valle, please?
Please, if there's going to be any statements, just make sure that you're keeping your voice up so the microphones can catch your statements. Thank you.
If I'm you, where is Ryan Hines?
Right here.
And is Ryan Hines as the same size as you?
Yeah, at the time, I was a very small kid. I grew a lot since then. Just bigger.
And you're Ryan Hines. What is he doing?
First, we're just talking.
At some point, does he do something else?
Yes.
What?
After he starts yelling, I stuck my hand out as I was backing up from everybody, and he smacks my hand out.
Where were the other people that you've said were around him?
To my sides, in front of me, everywhere.
What did you do when he smacked your hand down?
I started slowly backing up even before that, and I continued to try and back up.
Take a stand, please. As you began to try to back up, what happened at that point?
I got hit.
Where did you get hit?
It was the side of my head, I want to say, but I couldn't really tell where.
And when you say it was the side of your head, could you tell which side?
I only found out after.
And how were you feeling at that point?
Everything just went black.
When you say everything went black, what's the next thing that you remember?
My face was in the ground.
Could you see where Tyler De Silva was? What could you see?
Just the ground. And people were just stomping and kicking and punching everywhere.
Did you have the knife in your hand at that point?
No,
Where was the knife?
it was in my pocket.
Could you see any way to escape?
No.
Did you try to get up?
Yeah.
Could you get up?
No.
Why not?
There was just so many people hitting me and just everywhere.
What could you hear?
They were yelling and it was so weird. They were just yelling like, I can't even describe it.
Did you hear anyone say, "Yes, sir"?
I heard a whole bunch of things I can't articulate.
Could you hear anything from Mr. De Silva?
No.
Could you see the vehicle that you had arrived in, Jack Snyder's car?
No.
Could you see any way to make an escape from your position? Where were the other people that were kicking you, as you've described it?
All around me, on top of me, behind me.
Could you see who was on top of you?
No.
Could you tell what the person or persons that were on top of you were doing?
Hitting me.
Where were they hitting you?
My head, the back of my head. Kicking like the front of my face, my ribs, everywhere.
Did you get the sense that they were going to let you up and let you go?
No.
What did you do at that point?
I went to cover my head in like a fetal position.
Did that seem to have any effect? What did you hope would happen if you went into the fetal position?
That they would stop.
Did they stop?
They did not.
Put us there on that lawn with you in the fetal position. What were you feeling?
Hopeless. Scared. Terrified.
Why hopeless?
Because they just weren't stopping.
How were you feeling physically?
Hurt.
What hurt?
Everything.
Did you lose consciousness?
After the first hit, yeah.
What happened next?
As I was in the fetal position, covering the sides of my head and the top of my head with my forehead into the dirt, I was almost like hunched over, and I reached in my pocket and grabbed the knife.
What were you thinking when your hand touched that knife?
It felt like the only thing that would help me.
What were you seeing at that point around you?
My face was in the dirt. I couldn't really see. I just felt nothing changed.
Could you see Tyler Da Silva?
No.
Could you hear Tyler Da Silva?
No.
What could you hear?
Still just the same screaming. That's it.
Did the group give any indication that they were going to stop or let you up?
No.
What happened next?
After I took the knife out of my pocket, I started waving and just stabbing in every direction. Just flailing my arm around.
Could you tell if you'd hit anything? Did that seem to have any effect on the attack?
No. It made me more scared.
Why did it make you more scared?
Because it didn't change what they were doing, and it didn't stop them from doing anything.
Were they still kicking you?
Yeah.
Was someone still on top of you?
Yeah, there were so many people on top of me.
Were you able to get up at that point?
No.
What happened next?
I kept flailing my arm around, just trying to get them away from me.
Were you aiming for anyone?
No.
Were you aiming for Ryan Hines?
No.
You weren't trying to kill Ryan Hines?
No.
What about Tommy Connery? You stabbed him 4 times in the leg. What were you trying to do to Tommy Connery?
Get them away from me.
Did there come a time when it was just you and Ryan Hines fighting one-on-one?
No.
Did there come a time when Tommy Connery separated you from Ryan Hines and was just there with you one-on-one, standing up?
No.
Where were you the entire time you were flailing? How were you feeling while you were flailing around with that knife?
More scared than before. Terrified. Just, it didn't make them stop even though I was flailing around a knife.
Could you tell how many people were around you at that point?
No.
What happened next?
Some flashes, but I just remember getting shoved into the car.
Did there come a point where you were able to stand up? How did you get shoved to the car?
I remember while I was in the fetal position and like flailing my arm around, I like rolled on the back of my heels and tried to jump backwards.
Tried to jump backwards?
Yeah.
Can you show us what you're talking about? You come down here for the jurors.
Yeah. So I was like this,
Okay.
and I tried to get to my heels to like push myself backwards.
What happened?
It didn't work.
What do you mean it didn't work?
There was people behind me and there was nowhere to move.
Were there people over top of you?
Yeah.
What do you remember that being like?
Chaotic and scared.
Take the stand again, please. So there came a time when you were able to stand up. Do you recall that?
No, I just remember somehow I got thrown into the car.
You got thrown into the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you see Tyler De Silva at that point?
At one point, when I was at the car, I looked over and I saw Tyler De Silva.
And what did you see Tyler De Silva doing?
He was also on the ground getting beat on.
Could you tell how many people were beating him while he was on the ground?
I can't give a number.
And do you recall how many people were around you when you got shoved into the car, as you've described it?
As soon as I looked back, the first thing I was looking for was Tyler.
Okay. Did you see any of the people that had just been attacking you?
Yeah,
Where were they?
right on the edge of the lawn on the curb, somewhere on the street going back.
Did you see Ryan Hines anywhere?
No,
Did you know Tommy Connery before this?
no,
Did you know Ryan Hines before this?
no,
Did you know Faison Teal before this?
no,
Did you know Jimmy McGrath before this?
no.
You say you remember getting shoved to the car. Did you make it to the car eventually?
Yeah.
And what did you do when you were at the car?
As soon as I looked for Tyler, and I saw him getting beat on,
What was Jack Snyder doing?
nothing.
Did he say anything when you went to the car?
I didn't even open the car door all the way.
Why didn't you just get in that car and leave?
I saw my best friend, and somebody that I loved. Nobody was helping him.
How did you feel?
I was still terrified. But I couldn't just let him be there alone. I felt like I had to save him.
Did you think that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you if you went back in there?
Objection as to what Jack Snyder was going to do.
Sustained.
Did you have any indication that Jack Snyder was going to wait for you?
No.
You didn't open that door at that point and take out that knife and then go back and stab those 4 kids.
No.
You already had that knife when you'd been attacked on the lawn the first time.
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Positive.
You weren't upset that you had been attacked and went back to get that knife? Had you known about that knife being in the car prior to that evening?
No.
When you got back to that car, you didn't get back into the car, right? Why didn't you just go running off back down the street, back down Farmhouse Lane or down Laurel Glen towards Farmhouse?
I just couldn't live town.
Why not?
He was my best friend. Looked at him like his brother. Like, what kind of man would I to just leave him there?
What did you worry might happen to him if you left him?
If he was in the same situation as me, I thought it was.
I'm going to object. It calls for speculation as to what would happen to Tyler.
Sustained.
What were you worried about if you left and ran down to the end of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
That Tyler wouldn't have made it out of there.
What happened next?
I found myself right on the edge of the grass and the curb.
How did you get there?
Okay, we have some activity here. Let's pay attention. Here we go. Heads up. Heads up, heads up. Heads up, chat. Heads up. We got movement. We have some movement. Not sure what it is, but something's going on. Something's going on. Something's going on. Let's just see. I'm on the local channel and I'm also on another channel, so. We'll just pay attention here for a little bit. Maybe a question, maybe that they're hopelessly deadlocked. We don't know yet. All I saw was some movement, so brought us back live. We'll just pay attention. The judge didn't say, Judge Murphy didn't say how long it would be if and when, and well, I should not air quotes. When they do come to a verdict, Judge Murphy did not say how long it would take for them to gather everybody. So we don't know. Jury would like to request a few more beers. That's funny, Neil. The jury has only had 2 beers. They've only had 2 beers. Maybe it's seltzer. Maybe another question, or not another question, maybe that they're deadlocked. It could be just like, hey, we're hopelessly deadlocked. You know, we don't know. Beers, please. Yeah, Kerviel, Ryan, right? Yeah, it was Ryan. Ryan's BAC was very, very low. I forget right now. He was like 0.2 or something. I'm sorry, 0.02. Ryan was involved in both fights, and his BAC was very, very low. I can't remember it right now. I'm too excited about this. Oh, was that... Wait, hold on. Sorry, Kerviel. Psychosaurus, he was our Truth Beer Truther James Bond at 007? Yes. Yeah, that's 1/10 the legal limit, so sounds about right. All right. He was the 007. Let's see. Yep, Ryan Doss, 0.007. Yeah, he's the one that got stabbed. He had a punctured lung, so Ryan was the one. He was 007. Yeah, not even close. Not even close to the limit. Oh wait, hold on. I should be here. Okay. Yeah, not even close. Not even close to. Was it 0.08? Is when you are legally over the limit. All right. I hope this wasn't just a big tease. For you guys that are watching live on TV or you're on a website, let me know. Let me go to, is it NBC? Hold on a sec. All right, I'll go to a website here. So nothing on the local NBC. I need somebody in the courtroom. That's what I need. Oh, I hope this isn't just a big nothing burger and a big tease. And then we just sit here and do nothing. All right, all right. Who's being rude? Come on, guys. Don't make me scroll back and have to, like, time somebody out. Please be respectful of each other. I got my my black Yamaha. Black Yamaha is out today. It's at the other computer. Verdict clock has stopped. Yeah, Melissa, I'm not sure I would trust them. Is there anybody in that chat that actually knows what they're talking about? People are drinking too many beers in here, Neil says. Yeah, we don't know how long Judge Murphy was going to allow, between the time that they got the note saying we've reached a verdict or we have a question. She didn't say we'll give you half an hour. She didn't say anything. So, what strings? Let's see, Martin and I think they're lights. I think they're down to 10s, I think. It's been a while since I've changed. I think they're 10s. I think it's 10s. All right, we are waiting, we are waiting, we are waiting. I just heard the whole courtroom was playing beer pong. Funny. We don't know, Gourmet Thursday. We're not sure. We're not sure. There is activity. Well, there was activity. They moved the camera. They moved the camera. Bill, you play drums? Cool. Richard asks, are the cats awake? Yeah, the little ones, the kittens, no, I think they're sleeping. I don't have the kitty cam up, so I'm not sure right now what they're doing. Superball's like right here. She's like sleeping right here. Polly is with them. Polly's starting to spend more time away from them, though, unfortunately. So we're going to have to start to feed them more and more. All right. All right. So Kathy Russin is saying 10 minutes ago, courtroom's full. We don't have verification of verdict, but something is happening. All right. So we do have courtroom insider with Kathy Russin. 10 deputies in the courtroom. Normally signals a verdict. Yep. Court TV announced courtroom is full of marshals. That's what we're hearing as well. Possible verdict. Possible verdict. Your weenie dog is asleep. Yeah, $2 million. It's $200,000 you got to come up with. $2 million bond, $200,000. It's a lot of scratch. You have 11 puppies. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Half lab, half rot. Nice. Has every indication. Briel saying has every indication of a verdict. Karen K has 2 German Shepherds. All black and all white one? Nice. I grew up with a German Shepherd. Good trouble. Puppy breath is the best. Yeah, I grew up with a German Shepherd, and then my brother found a Border Collie in the woods. And then she had three litters? Yeah, she had 3 litters. I kept a dog from every litter. 2 of them ran away, and then finally the 3rd litter I kept 2, and they survived until I moved out, and then they passed away. You know. I always get nervous for a verdict. I always get nervous for a verdict. Yeah, we think so, Lazy. We think so. We think so. So need I remind chat that when the verdict is read, no outbursts? No outbursts from the chat. No outbursts from the chat. We'll conduct this like a courtroom. No outbursts from the chat when the verdict is read. Janet, true. I too get nervous for a verdict. You never know. No yelling. Yes. No outbursts from the no outbursts from the chat. Well, regardless of whatever happens, just be aware that some people are going to be one way, some people are going to be the other. So don't rub it in. Let's just put it that way. Don't rub it in. All right? Just don't rub it in. Because no matter what happens, there's going to be a group of people that are not happy. There's going to be a group of people that are happy. So just be cool. Don't rub it in. Just be like, it is what it is. Everybody stay calm. Like Samuel L. Jackson says, let's just be cool. Everybody just be cool. I think that was him, right? Was that him? And was that Samuel L. that said that? Everybody just be cool. Or was that Roth? Honey bun, just be cool. Yeah, nobody wins here. That is true. That is true. Good trouble. CK, there's no competition between us. That is true. There's no competition. No need to rub it in, because half of you are going to say yes and half of you are going to be like, oh man. So, and everybody just have a few beers. That includes you, Neil. I got my eyes on you. That was Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Everybody just be cool. Just be cool. This is an emotionally charged trial, and we all have our opinions and we all have our feelings. So let's just. I think he said that. Curvio says that was snakes on a plane. I think he said something about snakes on a plane. Oh. I did not see that movie. Ooh, wow, we hit 10,600. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. You have to respect the decision. Again, agreed, Richard. If you don't agree, that doesn't mean the jury stinks. So often we're like, oh, the jury got it wrong. No, just because you disagree with the jury doesn't mean that, they got it right or wrong. And of course, we have a thunderstorm going through right now. Of course. Billy, I have no horse in the race, so I'm real chilled. Thank you, Billy. Billy, you everybody follow Billy. Everybody follow Billy. And no spoilers. If you find out, I don't know how you would, but if you find out before we do, no spoilers. Or you will be deleted. No spoilers. Yes, we have many more trials to watch together. That is true. Thank you, Bice. That's good. We do. We have many more trials to watch together. So let's all respect it. Old line read, whatever the outcome, you can be sure they wrestled with this. It seems like it. So if they truly stopped at, I don't know how much time Judge Murphy's giving them, but so far it's been a good 15 minutes, I would say. Let me see. When did I stop the feed? No way did I stop it a half hour ago. Hold on. When did I stop it? Oh, wait. That's the wrong one. Hold on. Let me go to this feed. All right. When did I stop the rewatch? So it's been about 20 minutes. Yeah, it's been about 20 minutes. So if she does a half hour, I'd say maybe we have another 10 minutes, allowing everybody. So we may have another 10 minutes if she gives them a half hour. I have no idea. She didn't say how long she was going to give the jury, or give people a chance to get after the jury had made their decision. So It's been about 20 minutes. If there's a verdict, it's been about 20 minutes since they shifted the clock. It's been about 20 minutes. So Shelton Herald. Let me check out the Shelton Herald. I'm on the NBC one as well, NBC Connecticut. Shelton Herald. All right, let's see the Shelton Herald. I have nothing. All right. Thank you for that, Nanar. This is your usual hangout. Appreciate that. All right, I'm on the Shelton Herald. Don't have anything there yet. Oh, maybe I should go to their X. Maybe I go to X or Twitter. Oh, wait, hold on. Chris, you're in Houston, getting bad weather now. Yeah, I'm sorry, man. What's going on? All right. We got something live. We are live. Hold on. All right.
Murphy presiding.
Here we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, everyone. You may be seated. Thank you. All right. So we're back on the record in the matter of State of Connecticut versus Raul Eliah Valle. I'd ask counsel to please identify themselves for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Dorso for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Tatiana Messina for the State of Connecticut.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kevin Smith for the defendant, Raul Valle, is at my side.
All right, so counsel, as you are aware, we have received a note from the jury which indicates that the jury has reached a partial verdict. And when I say partial verdict, in summarizing the note, which does indicate to some extent the deliberative process, it appears that the jury has reached a verdict as to murder at count 1, manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1, assault in the first degree intentional at both counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4. At this time, the court's intention would be to accept the partial verdict and declare a mistrial on any lesser included charges upon which the jury is unable to reach a verdict. I will note that the note additionally indicates that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the other charges. So I would give each counsel an opportunity to be heard at this time also.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would be requesting that the court now at this moment give a Chip Smith charge to the jury. They've been out 2.5 days now, I guess, a little over 11 or 12 hours. There were 25 witnesses that were called in this case. There was a mountain of evidence that needed to be reviewed. And we went from hopelessly deadlocked after 1 hour and 45 minutes to now having a partial verdict. So I would submit that perhaps there'd be, if the court was inclined to give that Chip Smith charge, that they could go back and maybe come to a decision on the charges for which they are deadlocked on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense would object to a Chip Smith at this point. The court has already twice sent them back with essentially a Chip Smith light sort of instruction on the basis of Feliciano And I think that the jury has indicated now on a number of occasions that they are rather hopelessly deadlocked as to those charges, which they still cannot come to any resolution on. My understanding of the note is simply that giving them another charge is not going to change that, and so we would object.
So in response to the request for the Chip Smith, which is basically another attempt at the court to ask the jury to continue its deliberations, the court is hereby denying that request on behalf of the state. In keeping with Feliciano, this court has not once but on 2 occasions provided a chunkier or a wider Feliciano charge. On day 1 of the jury having this case, the court received a note that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder count. The court, upon agreement with counsel at that point in time, instructed the jury to continue deliberating. At that time, I instructed the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain the views and listen to the views of other jurors, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, as well as the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, on day 2, after about 5 hours of continued deliberations having passed, the jury did send a second note indicating the following: that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count 1, indicating that the jury had reached a verdict at count 2 and count 3 as to assault in the first degree, deadlocked as to lesser included charges, and with respect to the last count, count 4, again indicating a possible verdict as to assault in the second degree, intentional, but deadlocked as to the first lesser included charge as well. Once again, that note was discussed with counsel. Once again, upon agreement by counsel, the court extended to the jury another Feliciano type of charge, which included more language than the standard go back and deliberate charge. The court once again looked at the jury and instructed the jury to continue deliberating, to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked, make sure that no evidence was misunderstood, and to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jurors did continue their deliberations, and they did review some evidence, which we came back on the record to produce for them. So at this point in time, the court is not going to go ahead and give them a third instruction to continue the deliberations. The court is going to accept the verdict.
And just one more thing, if I may put on the record, Your Honor, with regards to the court's intent on declaring a mistrial on the remaining charges that do exist, the state's intent would be, if that were the case, that we would be filing an amended information to include those charges.
All right. Well, I don't know when you would be filing that amended information, but we're going to accept the verdict before any amended information is filed.
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
We have a verdict. We're going to take that verdict. Does anyone else have anything else to say?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense.
All right. At this point, we'll bring the jury in, please.
The rest of you, sir? The rest of the jury. Oh, you're not?
All right. It appears as though all of our juror members are present. I would seek the counsel's stipulation as such before I begin.
The state will stipulate to the presence of the jury, Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
So I first like to inquire as to the foreperson. The foreperson, please just stand. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Foreperson, I did receive a note that was signed by you, and it was time-stamped as well. The note indicates to the court that the jury, although unable to unanimously agree on some charges, has unanimously agreed as to a verdict on murder at count 1 and manslaughter in the first degree intentional at count 1. Also, as to counts 2 and 3, the jury has a verdict on assault in the first degree intentional. And then lastly, as to count 4, the jury has reached a verdict as to assault in the second degree intentional. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So at this point in time, I would ask you to be seated. All right. The court at this point in time is going to move forward with the verdict that you do have relative to the counts and the charges that you have relayed in the note and that you have just confirmed on the record. So Madam Clerk is going to be providing to you additional instruction as she accepts that partial verdict. Okay? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your names are called, please indicate your presence by answering here, rise, and remain standing. Identify himself for the record.
Yes, here. James Stone.
Thank you. All but the foreperson may be seated. Mr. Foreperson, in the case of State of Connecticut versus Raul Eliah Valle, has the jury agreed upon a unanimous verdict as to murder at count 1, first degree intentional at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree intentional at count 4?
Yes, we have.
Will the defendant, Raul Eliah Valle, please rise and face the jury? Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got a moment. We have to go through the docket number 8.
Oh, it's not on here. Sorry.
It's okay.
In docket number AAN CR 22-0189-418T, count 1 of the substitute information charges the defendant, Raul Eliah Valle, with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A paren A of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55 paren A paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please pause. All right, I'm going to direct the court's inquiry to the foreperson at this time. Mr. Foreperson, your note indicated, and that's Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note indicated that the jury, after lengthy deliberations, was hopelessly deadlocked on manslaughter in the first degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict as to that particular charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Madam Clerk, please continue on with count 2.
Count 2 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59 paren A paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, again, the note that was sent to the court, provided to the court and marked, indicates to the court that after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on the charge of assault in the first degree, reckless, in violation of 53A59A3 as a lesser included offense at count 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so you were unable to reach a unanimous verdict regarding that particular charge as a lesser included offense. That is correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue on to count 3.
Count 3 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Again, Mr. Foreperson, Exhibit 10, Court Exhibit 10, your note to the court indicates that with respect to assault in the first degree, reckless, under count 3, after lengthy deliberations, the jury is hopelessly deadlocked on that charge of a lesser included offense. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
So you were unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault in the first degree, reckless, in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense under count 3. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed to count 4.
Count 4 of the substitute information charges the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes. Do you find the defendant guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Madam Clerk, please pause. Mr. Foreperson, Court Exhibit 10, the note that was forwarded to the court indicates that at count 4, as to assault in the second degree, reckless, after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked on the above charge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, so is it correct that the jury was unable to reach a unanimous decision as to assault the second degree reckless in violation of Connecticut General Statutes, section 53A-60A3 at count 4?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, you may proceed.
Your Honor, may the verdict be accepted and recorded?
Yes, the verdict shall be accepted and recorded.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, listen to your verdict as it is accepted and recorded. As to the first count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of murder in violation of section 53A-54A, paren A of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to count 1 of the substitute information charging the defendant with the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-55, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the second count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the third count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the first degree intentional in violation of section 53A-59, paren A, paren 1 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
As to the fourth count of the substitute information charging the defendant with the crime of assault in the second degree intentional in violation of section 53A-60, paren A, paren 2 of the Connecticut General Statutes, you say the defendant is not guilty. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please rise. You heard your verdict as it was accepted and recorded. You heard your verdict being read back as to each of the 4 counts. Is that your verdict? So say you all.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. You may be seated. full counsel at this point?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, may we be seated?
I'm sorry?
May we be seated?
Yes, you may be seated. Thank you. All right. On no request by counsel, the court is not going to hold the jury. So I won't have the claim. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'd like to address you. Take a moment. Your verdict has now been recorded. It's been accepted by the court. The court will deal with the outstanding remaining charges once I discharge you, but I want to say a few words to you before I do that. Your oath that you've been obligated to keep during this time, you've been obligated to stay silent, not discuss this case. I am now relieving you of the duty of your oath, so you are released from your oath. It is, of course, up to you to decide whether or not you wish to discuss this case with anyone or your role as a juror with anyone. You certainly have no obligation to do so, and please be aware that any comments that you shall make may become the cause for further proceedings concerning the verdict. I would like to take this time to recognize you and thank you for your very important service, serving as a juror, especially on a lengthy trial such as this. This takes you away from very important other aspects of your life. So I want to thank you for the time commitment that you gave to this case. I know that we originally asked you for a commitment through July 1st, and you have graciously given us your time for a rather extended period beyond that July 1st date. Inevitably, a decision by a jury will gratify one party and disappoint another. It's a very difficult job that you have. It's a difficult job for a juror to be asked to make a decision, such as important ones like this. And I understand, and so does everyone involved, that the decision that you made here today is not an easy one. These are decisions, however, that are extremely important to our society, as well as the individual defendant. We all recognize that it's not an easy one, and we thank you for taking the time to reach the decision that you did reach here today. We're very grateful to you for performing that very important assignment. I want to also thank you for your careful and diligent attention to these proceedings. I know that sometimes it's very difficult to get through evidence. It's not always as exciting as it's portrayed on TV or in the news. You as jurors have to stay alert and awake and dedicated to every moment of evidence that's presented before you. And I constantly remained vigilant of all of you and your attention. And I want to thank you for providing us the attention that you did. So at this point, I want to let you know that you are discharged again from your oath. You are allowed to leave. However, there are documents that we do need to provide to you, and I would also like an opportunity with you to give you those documents with the clerk. I would appreciate it if you would stay back here at the courthouse for a little bit. There are some matters I do need to tend to on the record, but if you would just give us a little bit more of your time just so that I can get you those documents, I would appreciate it, although you are under no obligation to do that. So that's an individual choice. You will be escorted out by the marshal. I will ask that you remain in the room for a little while so we can clear halls and I can clear the courtroom and then hopefully get a chance to speak with you. Thank you. Attorney Smith, at the end of evidence, at the close of evidence, you moved for a judgment of acquittal on the 4 charged offenses, paying most attention to the murder charge at count 1. The defendant has since been acquitted as to all of those charged offenses in the substitute information. What is your position relative to the motion for judgment of acquittal on those 4 offenses?
Withdrawn, Your Honor.
So the court's noting that for the record. With respect to count 1, manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 55A3, count 2 and 3, assault in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 59A3, and count 4, assault in the second degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 60A3. After the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict, the court would like to memorialize on the record the following. On day one of the jury having the case, after about 2 hours of deliberations, the jury sent a note stating that it was hopelessly deadlocked on the murder at count one. The court, upon agreement of counsel, instructed the jury to continue deliberating, instructing the jury to review the evidence, discuss and consider the opinions of other jurors, to explain views and listen to the views of others, including the majority, to listen to what the minority had to say, and the minority to listen to what the majority had to say. Subsequently, after a total of about 5 hours of deliberations having passed, the jury sent a second note to the court indicating that the jury was deadlocked on murder at count one, not guilty of first-degree assault intentional, deadlocked on first-degree assault reckless at count two, with the same indication for count three on the same charges, and not guilty second-degree assault intentional, deadlocked second-degree assault reckless at count four. Once again, upon agreement of counsel, the note was disclosed to counsel. Obviously, it was reviewed, it was discussed, and I directed jurors to continue deliberating, instructing the jurors to review the evidence, see if any evidence was overlooked or misunderstood, to explain the views and listen to the views of all other jurors. The jury continued their deliberations into the third day. And now, once again, on this third day, after more than 11 and a half hours of deliberations, the court received a note from the jury, now Court Exhibit 10, indicating a partial verdict, and that as to the other charges, the lesser included offenses, that after lengthy deliberations, the jury was hopelessly deadlocked. Due to the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict even after extended deliberations as to manslaughter in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55A3 as a lesser included offense at count one, assault in the first degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 59A3 as a lesser included offense at counts 2 and 3, and assault in the second degree reckless, Connecticut General Statutes, Section 53A, 60A3. The court, in accordance with the Connecticut Practice Book, Section 4245, and with no objection by counsel. Counsel, do either of you want to object? I know before you indicated you didn't. Objecting to a mistrial?
No. No, Your Honor.
All right. Hereby finds it necessary to declare a mistrial as to those offenses and all other lesser included offenses charged to the jury under counts 2 and 3, to which a verdict was not returned. The court does not take the ordering of a mistrial lightly. The court is not ordering a mistrial simply for the sake of ordering a mistrial as a matter of convenience. Rather, the court, based on the history of deliberations as cited herein and the notes provided by the jury, finds that the circumstances make it impossible at this point to reach a verdict fairly as to all parties, and as such, with a finding of manifest necessity in accordance with our rules, does enter the order of the mistrial. I'd also like to take a moment to address everyone. I first would like to address counsel and thank them for their courtesies to the court and to each other during the course of this trial. Also to the family members, all of them, the spectators that have been present in this courtroom every single day. I want to thank you for heeding the court's expectations as to courtroom decorum. I know that this was an extremely emotional trial, and I appreciate the conduct that was displayed continuously throughout this process. Once again, I understand that a jury's verdict will never fully satisfy one side or the other. Not everyone will walk out of here satisfied today. And I apologize for that, but this is the process that we have, and the court believes it to be a fair process. I also want to indicate that my appreciation to courtroom decorum extends to every single member of the media. I think you've portrayed this matter as fairly as possible in the news, and I think that your courtroom decorum here, in following all the rules that were placed on the media by way of court order, have been met with professionalism in terms of your business and your duty to your job. So I want to thank you for that. At this time, I'd ask counsel if there are any other matters that the court should take up.
Nothing from the state at this time, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Lastly, I would like to address Mr. Valle. Mr. Valle, you too have shown respect to the process in terms of your decorum and your behavior and conduct here in the courtroom. You have been acquitted of the 4 charges that were held against you and stated in the substitute information. So at this point in time, I wish you the best of luck moving forward.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Thank you to everyone. Court stands adjourned.
All rise. Court's adjourned.
All right. That was very confusing, but I think the bottom line is they couldn't land. They were hopelessly deadlocked on all the lessers. So that he was not guilty on the intentionals, but they couldn't decide on the lessers, which was reckless. So he's acquitted. And she declared a mistrial. I'm hoping for hoping we can get a what do you call it? We can get a press conference. I'm hoping we can get a press conference. We'll hang tight for a little bit and we'll see if we can get a press conference. Yeah, there's got to be a statement for sure. If anybody sees a press conference going on YouTube, it's got to be YouTube. Let me know. So from what I understood was murder, not guilty. Lesser included, manslaughter, intentional, not guilty, but there was a note saying they weren't unanimous. And then assault, first degree, intentional, not guilty. Yeah. All right, let me all right. Let's go here, guys. Hang tight with me. Let's have somebody who actually knows what they're doing break this down.
You got a sense of...
All right, so... So to me, he walks, but here we go.
Trial.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Hereby finds it necessary to declare a mistrial. The court as making it does everyone conduct. And the court believes that every single following all the rules that were placed. Thank you for this. I've been acquitted time.
Two dozen witnesses, 25 witnesses were called in this case, actually. Many of them teens who witnessed the fight that led up to the stabbing. We know that Valle's family was there in the courtroom to show support, and you could see we're taking a live look outside. You could see a few family members with tissues in hand wiping their face. Again, a very emotional trial for this young man who was only 16, 17 years old at that time. We are having a few issues with the camera there, it glitching every so often. We have both of our reporters, Kyle Jones, who covered this deadly stabbing back in 2022, and our other colleague, Jennifer Cuevas. We'll get to Jennifer in just a moment, but first I want to get to Kyle, who covered this case back in 2022. Kyle, tell me about the reaction here inside the courtroom.
Amber, there was probably 40 or so people in that courtroom that were there for both sides. There was probably about 15 people people for Valle and maybe 22 or so for Jimmy McGrath's side of the family. So they, in addition to all of the people that were there just to witness, it was a packed courtroom. So I just want to emphasize that it was a packed courtroom. And then there was probably about 9 or 10 bailiffs, sheriff's deputies that were in there to kind of monitor the room. So you got a sense of how much tension was in the room. It was silent with all of those people in there for probably about 35 to 40 minutes. No one said a word. You can actually hear the air conditioner rattling in there. So it was silent. There was a lot of tension in that room. And so when, after probably about 35 to 40 minutes, when the judge came in to announce that verdict, the first announcement was a partial verdict. So you could see that people were kind of trying to figure out what that meant, and they walked through what that meant. And then finally, when they announced the first not guilty on the murder count, there was like an audible sort of kind of cry or muffled on the side of Raul Valle's side. And then, it just sort of sounded like muffled reactions throughout the courtroom there. So it just was a very tense moment when that announcement meant that tension broke in that room. And you could hear people starting to cry, people to grab tissues, and there were some also audible reactions on Jimmy McGrath's side of the courtroom there. There were people who began crying and began grabbing tissues, just holding their face in what appeared to be shock on that side. So just people just gasping. So it was a very, very tense moment inside that courtroom. And again, as you said, this all started back in 2022, and it was about a group of teenagers that, were involved in a fight, and this tragedy happened. So, since 2022, it's just been a difficult time. And you could imagine probably for the family and for the community of these young people who got in a fight that night. And this is the result, that Jimmy McGrath's life was taken. And, Raul Valle is now found not guilty on those charges, Amber.
All right, Kyle Jones, thank you so much covering this from the very beginning. We appreciate that. We do have our other reporter, Jennifer Cuevas, that is out there on scene. We will get to her in some time. But again, this is the third day of deliberations now in the murder trial for Raul Valle. This was before when he heard that he was found not guilty on the most severe of charges. Just the emotion you could see on his face, taking a deep breath with his defense attorney's hand on his shoulder there. And we know those lesser counts, the jury was deadlocked on those counts. We know that they gave, again, 3 notes to Judge Sherry Murphy, just having questions surrounding evidence, having to replay back those testimonies, and just going over video that they saw of that night, which was really just a melee. I don't know if we could have that video, if we could pop that video up from that night. Again, this was May of 2022. Raul Valle, now 20 years old. He was 16, 17 at the time. And the biggest thing in this case we were talking about was the defense saying that self-defense is messy. And there is the video there right on your screen. And you could see, again, this was really just a group of teenagers here at this time. Raul Valle testifying that it was in self-defense. His attorney saying that it could be messy. We are seeing these were just young kids at this time, having gone from one house party to another. There were several witnesses that were called in this case. We're talking 25 witnesses. Now, to get back to the reaction of this case, we know both families were there. We want to bring in our colleague, NBC Connecticut's Jennifer Cuevas, with more on reaction on this case and what it really felt like in the courtroom there, Jen.
Amber, it was so incredibly tense in the courtroom. They had us on the edge of our seats for nearly 30 minutes before the judge and the court marshals all started to come on in. Now, the families, once that verdict was starting to be read, the Valle family, they were shocked. There was tears of joy. There was relief. They had the friends sobbing. We had the mom sobbing. It was just a complete crazy moment. Now, you are seeing right here behind me, some of the families start to come out. We are seeing Raul Valle and his family and friends being escorted here. First, we have his mother coming along. We have some friends that have just been here throughout the entire course of this trial. Again, family, friends here. We have defense attorney Kevin Smith right alongside his client. Now, there was so much relief from that side of the family, from that side of the courtroom. You can see those court marshals just escorting them, making sure that everything is staying calm and under control here at Milford Superior Court. But again, inside the courthouse, it was just a really shocking moment. The McGrath family, they were stunned. Jimmy McGrath's father, he was completely stunned. He was red in the face. I don't think he could really imagine this sort of verdict coming down. It was also very quiet on that side, pretty much silent. You could tell that the family and friends were definitely disappointed at this verdict. And the judge did address that as well. She thanked everyone in the courtroom for their behavior throughout this trial, including the families, both sides, including the defendant. And so this is what we are now all dealing with. We have not seen the McGrath family come on down yet. Jimmy McGrath's mother and his sister did not join these proceedings today, but we do have a strong support from family and friends, and of course, James McGrath's father. Amber?
And Jen, I do have to ask you one question here. When we talk about people's decorums on both sides, I know we were talking to Kyle before, and she gave us some information that inside the courtroom there were about 10 court marshals, because this could have been, this was a very tense and emotional trial. So tell me the importance of that, of both of these families.
Yes, you know, the judge. Right. Yes, Amber. You know, the judge, again, she did thank both sides. She thanked everybody in the courtroom for their behavior throughout this trial. She acknowledged that it has been a very emotional 2 weeks, and of course, even the years leading up to these proceedings. And so I think that on behalf of the court, they just wanted to make sure that everything was okay. And so they did bring those additional 8 marshals. We were used to seeing 2 on a regular day, and today, all of a sudden, it was 10. So everything, again, was common there, and it worked out in the part of the courthouses too.
Jen, thank you so much for tremendous reporting there. We do want to reiterate the McGrath family has not come out of the courtroom just yet. We are told the family will not be addressing the media at this time. We do want to bring you more information on this case. We'll have much more live reaction on the news at 4. And remember, you can get any updates anytime in the free NBC Connecticut app. We'll see you this afternoon starting at 4.
All right. So they said the McGraths are not going to speak right now. I'm on another channel, and some guy's just kind of hanging out. I don't know what he's waiting for. So as far as I understood, so he's not guilty, but they were deadlocked on all the lesser included. So I thought if they said not guilty, so they said he was not guilty on all the intentionals, right? So all the intentionals, he was not guilty, and then on the lessers, which was reckless, that's where they were deadlocked. That's where they were deadlocked. So some people probably felt, no, he's not guilty all the way across, but then some people are like, wait, no. We got to find him. What do you call it? We have to find him culpable on something. So maybe that's where yesterday, right? We were saying that it was 11-1. Maybe the one was no, he's guilty on something. We got to find him guilty on something, which is really interesting. Bice, yeah, maybe maybe the attorneys will speak. We'll keep it up here. We'll stay here for a little while. There is a I'm on another channel. Nothing really is going on there. Just some reporter kind of walking back and forth. All right, the end of that feed. What's going on over here? Nothing. All right, nothing going on there. All right, so a lot of feeds are ending. A lot of people are ending their feeds. So it might be, we might have to wait for another day. All right. All right, so what I got was that all the intentionals, so the murder, the 2 assaults in first degree, the 1 assault second degree, that was count 2, 3, and then 4. The intentionals were not guilty. And then they were hopelessly deadlocked on all the lesser ones, which were reckless. So I guess they had to find him. Okay, so I guess they had, so it's essentially he had like 8 charges. So he had 4 charges, then he had lesser included on all 4 charges. So to me, that's 8 charges, right? It seems like they had to get through 8 charges. 4, right? But all of them were like intentional, and then out of those 4, the lesser included were reckless. So that's where they all had problems. So that's where they were hung. That's where they were hopelessly deadlocked, was on all the reckless charges. So I can come back here. Yeah, no problem, Todd. We're glad that you were. Hold on, Todd. I'm glad that you were with us, and this doesn't mean anything about. This isn't anything. Jimmy's still. He was a great kid. He still is a great kid. His memory lives on. He'll live on. His memory will live on with me forever. I will forever remember this case. Not so much that Raul got off, but that Jimmy lost his life. I will forever remember this trial for that. More so for Jimmy. It's so weird because so often I have this conversation with a lot of people. Like we remember the killers, right? We remember the people that do the deed, and so often we forget the victims. That's not why I'm doing this. I'm doing this to give a voice to the victims. So if anything positive comes out of this trial, it's that Jimmy's name will forever be in my mind. He's going to be forever in your mind. Todd, I think you represented him incredibly with poise and dignity. And if more people were like you, I think this world would be a better place. So I raise a drink to Jimmy and his memory, and it's more about Jimmy and not about Raul. So, all right. All right. You guys know if you swear, we're gonna have to. If you swear, we gotta delete your post. So just be aware of that. If you use if you use swear words, we're gonna delete your post. Just so you know. I understand you may be frustrated, but if you want to go swear, go somewhere else. That's what we're about. So, Alice, that's why I like this channel. You're real, and I appreciate you. Yeah, no problem. Amanda, of course, we will always remember Jimmy. He was a beautiful soul, and he will be remembered. I think it's a no-win situation, right? Nobody wins, everybody loses. It's one of those trials, and we always honor the victims, and in this case, Jimmy lost his life, so we're never gonna forget him. We will always remember Jimmy, and I hope Raul straightens his life out and does something positive out of this. I hope he uses this experience and does something positive. So it's all I can hope for. Whether he does or not, that's all I got. So you're welcome, Todd. Yeah, no problem, man. I hope you're in a good space and get yourself. You represented Jimmy very well. You represented your people really well. Again, if more people were like you, we'd probably be in a better place. Sinbad, yep. Hearts to Jimmy. Anna, no, he is not. As far as I know, he is not. He's not going to school. He's not going to school. Straightens his life out. Well, I hope he learns something. Whether he straightens it out or not, Marcia, I don't know if he's going to. I don't know what he's going to do. I just hope that he does something positive. I hope something positive comes out of this. So we'll see. We'll see. It's up to Raul, the man, now to prove his worth. That is true. So, yep, condolences to Jimmy's family. Sure, absolutely. They suffered a loss. They suffered a horrible loss. Amanda, I'm from Connecticut, a town over. Very sad. I'm sorry. Lorraine, he did have an ankle bracelet. Yeah, he was monitored, and he wasn't allowed to access the internet. I believe. I'm pretty sure. Saints Gal, I'm confused. They did say the word guilty at some point reading the verdict, though, so what was the guilty for? They couldn't agree on the lesser includeds. They couldn't agree. They agreed that he was not guilty in all the intentionals, but they couldn't agree on the lesser includeds. So that's where she declared a mistrial. So he was not guilty on all the... So essentially there was 4 charges, but then those 4 charges had 4 lesser includeds. So to me it was like 8. They had to work through 8 sections is the way I'm interpreting it. So they found him not guilty in all the main charges, which were the intentionals, and then the lessers, which were the reckless. They found him. They couldn't come to a decision. That's the way I took it. So. Yep, tell it to L. Yeah, so a mistrial was declared by the judge. So that's it. That's it. Sinbad, yeah, that was a little confusing. Oop, wait a minute, hold on. Sinbad, yeah, that's the way I interpreted it. I don't think so, Danielle. I think that's it. Will he face jail time? Elizabeth asks. Nope, I don't think so. Seems like he's a free man. Todd says my boys went to prep with Jimmy. My heart breaks on this situation. R.I.P. number 7. Can't give a 16-year-old life practically per jury. Good call. Emmett says. Yeah, so she, at the very end, the judge said, yep, you are acquitted. She declared a mistrial on all the charges with charges not returned. So the ones where the charges were not returned were manslaughter, reckless, first-degree assault, reckless, first-degree assault, reckless. Those were both Tommy and Tommy and Ryan. That was reckless as well. So can he be retried? I don't think so. I don't think so, Janie. I don't think so. It seems like he is not going to be retried. It seems like he's going to be, he's basically, that's it. I think that's it for him. Roach says they can retry him and will on the lessers. I don't think so. I think that's it. I think there's double jeopardy as well. They were deadlocked on those 4 lessers, so that's the double jeopardy, and then not guilty on all the intentional. So they don't think it was intentional, but I guess they got hung up on, was it reckless or not. So. All right, guys, I'm going to call it a day here. Thank you so much for watching us. Really appreciate you guys. We're dual streaming, right? So normally I stream over here. This is my main setup over here. We're covering Karina Cooper. Thank you for joining us for Raul Valle and Jimmy McGrath. Again, Jimmy, through the people that knew him and were talking in our chat, you guys, thank you. Thank you for sharing your insight into Jimmy. I really appreciate that. Make sure you guys say thank you to our mods and thank you to Erin. Her and I started Trial TV Live, so whenever Erin pops in and talks, she's always Trial TV Live. I'm the squeegee of justice. Again, thanks. Appreciate you guys being here with us for this trial. Please join us over for Karina Cooper. We have a lot of good stuff coming up. We have Stefan Stearns coming up in a couple weeks. We're going to be following, we have Brian Kohberger sentencing. We have Lori Daybell sentencing, all on the week of the 21st. We're going to cover Donna Adelson. And then whatever else pops up, we like to cover the lesser trials, but of course, we also cover big trials too. So anyway, thank you for joining us. I'm the squeegee of justice. Thank you to our mods. You guys did a fantastic job. We were dual streaming, so you guys did a fantastic job. We're dropping frames here, so we have a storm rolling through, so I think we might be having some internet issues. But anyway, thank you, chat. For those that have been with us for a long time, you guys are fantastic. For those that are new, thank you for joining us. We always appreciate new opinions and keeping it respectful, courteous to each other. That's what we're all about, building this community and not tearing each other down. So appreciate you guys. Thank you to Erin. Thank you to our mods. I wish I could show you Super Ball, but my computer camera doesn't go that way. So anyway, thank you so much, and I will see you guys. Hopefully, we have a redirect over for Karina Cooper. She's about to end, but join us next time. We'll see you later. Thanks a lot, guys. Bye.